Chapter 285. Chu Dangxiong left the secret room and sat on a chair in his bedroom. He subconsciously pinched his left wrist with his right hand through his sleeves. Feeling the item on his wrist, he seemed to be in a daze. If the transcendent sword art, profound level low-grade sword chi art, and low-grade sword artifact had already shocked Chu Dangxiong, but it was still within his acceptable range. Then 50,000 low-grade spirit stones had completely exceeded the limit of his imagination, and the last low-grade spatial bracelet had completely exhausted Chu Dangxiong's imagination, and his brain had almost short-circuited and turned into an idiot. As the old master of the Chu family, the only Qi transformation realm expert, he had also wandered outside when he was young. In addition to the few words left behind by his ancestors, Chu Dangxiong's knowledge was not limited. Thus, he had also heard of treasures like the spatial bracelet, but he had never seen it before. After a long time, Chu Dangxiong gradually calmed down. No matter what, we cannot let others know that the Chu family has these things. Otherwise, it would not be a blessing for the Chu family, but a disaster for the Chu family. Chu Dangxiong loosened his right hand and said, he even thought of putting away this low-grade spatial bracelet and placing it in the secret room as one of the Chu family's heirlooms. Otherwise, if someone saw it on his hand one day, it would be terrible. This thought flashed through his mind, and Chu Dangxiong could not help but laugh at himself for being foolish. Kaiyang City was located in a remote area and resources were relatively scarce, so there were very few outsiders. Even if there were, they would only be ordinary small merchants. These kinds of people would not recognize the spatial bracelet at all. If Chu Mu had not said it himself, Chu Dangxiong would not have thought that this ordinary-looking black iron bracelet was the priceless spatial bracelet. So, as long as he modified the spatial bracelet's appearance, making it look more like a bracelet, as long as he was careful, there would not be any problems. Thinking of this, Chu Dangxiong could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He had actually forgotten himself so much. Next, Chu Dangxiong thought about the arrangement of the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was not a miser, and all of this was to be used to help the Chu family develop and strengthen, and to be used reasonably. Chu Mu stayed in the secret chamber and opened the wind scroll again. This was the third time that Chu Mu had opened the wind scroll. As soon as it was opened, a gust of wind blew out from the wind scroll and directly blew past Chu Mu's body. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if he was once again in the sea of wind. A cyan sword condensed and slashed down. Chu Mu could not dodge, nor did he want to. Father, the old master of the Lin clan, and Lin Feihu want to see you. Chu Xingkong's voice came from outside the bedroom. Old Ghost Lin came personally. Chu Dangxiong was a little surprised. All right, I got it. You go and entertain them first. I'll be there soon. Okay, Chu Xingkong said and left. Chu Dangxiong got up and opened the secret room again. When he walked in, Chu Mu had already obtained the secret to the wind phase secret technique from the wind scroll. How is it? Did you get anything? Chu Dangxiong immediately asked. Yes, grandfather. The aspect of wind is not a super-level sword skill, but a secret technique to increase one's strength. Chu Mu explained the aspect of wind. Only then did Chu Dangxiong understand. Unfortunately, the secret technique of the aspect of wind required the inheritance of the wind scroll. Otherwise, even if one knew the secret technique, they would not be able to use it. This was because they lacked a guiding condition, and that condition was the inheritance of the wind scroll. This was something that could not be helped. He could only say that if he found other secret techniques in the future, he would give it to the Chu family. Let's go out now. Old Ghost Lin came personally. It seems that the destruction of the Wang family this time has scared the Lin clan out of their wits. Chu Dangxiong quickly through the regret of not being able to obtain the secret technique of the aspect of wind to the back of his mind. After all, he had obtained so many good things. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Okay, Chu Mu smiled. In the main hall of the Chu family, Chu Xingkong and the two elders of the Chu family were present. There were also two other people. One of them was Lin Feihu, and the other was an old man in his 50s. He looked similar to Lin Feihu. He should be Lin Feihu's father, the old ghost Lin that Chu Dongxiong mentioned. Old ghost Lin, you're really willing to leave your nest. Chu Dongxiong walked into the main hall and said with a smile. This was because the old master of the Lin clan was a person who rarely went out. He had been like this since he was young. He could even be called an old man from another world. If I don't go out this time, I'm afraid that our Lin clan will not be able to protect itself. The old master of the Lin clan bitterly smiled and said, It's not that serious. Chu Dongxiong naturally knew what the old master of the Lin clan meant. He could not help but smile and sit on the main seat. As for Chu Mu, he sat on the side without saying a word. But the old master of the Lin clan and Lin Feihu still looked at Chu Mu with deep respect in their eyes, especially Lin Feihu. He had personally seen Chu Mu descend from the sky and defeat Wang Long with a sword. The shock in his heart was even deeper. I really envy your Chu clan. The old master of the Lin clan sighed. Haha, I like hearing that. Chu Dongxiong laughed. The others did not speak because they were not qualified. Now that the Wang clan is gone, Kaiyang City will belong to the Chu clan in the future. The old master of the Lin clan said again, Isn't there still your Lin clan? Chu Dongxiong said. The old master of the Lin clan and Lin Feihu's faces turned pale. As expected, the Chu clan was still planning to make a move on the Lin clan. Brother Chu, let's not beat around the bush. This time, Feihu and I are here. I'm sure you understand. The old master of the Lin clan decided to speak openly to avoid wasting time beating around the bush. All right, go ahead. Chu Dongxiong also put away the smile on his face and said seriously, Now that the Wang clan is gone, the Chu clan will become stronger. In the future, Kaiyang City will belong to the Chu clan. The old master of the Lin clan said, Our Lin clan has been passed down for generations. We don't want it to end just like that. That's why we first expressed our goodwill to the Chu clan and then to the Wang clan. Regarding this, Chu Dongxiong did not look down on them at all. As the leader of the Lin clan, he was very clear about this kind of thinking. To give the order for the Lin clan to fight with the Wang clan was also an extremely difficult struggle. On the other hand, if it was for the continuation of the Lin clan, submitting was unavoidable. Comparing the Chu clan and the Lin clan, the Chu clan was more unyielding and full of blood, while the Lin clan was more tactful and would compromise. Generally speaking, it was a way of survival. It was neither good nor bad. Now, I will personally come out and submit to the Chu clan. In the future, the Chu clan will be the leader. The old master of the Lin clan said in the end, as if he had used up the last bit of strength in his body to express his determination. In order to express our sincerity, we will specially present the Lin clan's heirloom. Lin Feihu stood up and took out a rectangular jade box from his bosom. After an elder of the Chu clan received the jade box, he carried it over to Chu Dongxiong and handed it over to him. Chu Dongxiong looked at the jade box a few times, then looked at Lin Feihu and the old master of the Lin clan. Without saying anything, he took the jade box. It was very normal for the Lin clan to have an heirloom. It was just like how the Chu clan also had one, and so did the Wang clan. There was nothing strange about it. Heirlooms were usually the symbol of a clan. Now that the Lin clan had handed over their heirloom, the meaning was very deep. It directly expressed that the Lin clan was truly dependent on the Chu clan and that the Chu clan was the leader. It was not just a verbal agreement like before. As for whether or not the thing in the jade box was the Lin clan's heirloom, there was no need for that. Unless the Lin clan was truly going to completely disappear, a family could compromise for the sake of survival. But if they were to lie about their family heirloom, their reputation would be completely tarnished. If their reputation was tarnished, even if they were still alive, what was the difference between them and being dead in the eyes of others? All right, since that's the case, then I will also express the Chu clan's attitude. The Lin clan will be the Chu clan's ally in the future, Chu Dongxiong said. Saying that they were allies was to give the Lin clan face. However, the Lin clan knew that they had now become the Chu clan's vassals. Lin Feihu and the old master of the Lin clan were also rather gratified. After all, the Wang clan had directly asked them to submit and rely on them, and they had exploited them in all sorts of ways. But now the Chu clan was saying that they were allies. They were giving them face. Following that, it could be considered a pleasant conversation between the host and the guest. After the old master of the Lin clan and Lin Feihu finished their matters, they felt much more relaxed. Chu Mu, come and take a look. What's so special about the Lin clan's heirloom? In Chu Dongxiong's bedroom, Chu Dongxiong handed the jade box to Chu Mu. He had studied it for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. When Chu Mu came, he handed it to Chu Mu to take a look. The jade box was as long as a palm, 3 fingers wide and 2 fingers tall. There were some patterns on it, and it felt good to the touch. It was very warm in the winter and cool in the summer. When held in the hand, it seemed to be able to help people calm their mind. It was clearly made of jade essence. Just the value of this jade box was extraordinary. It was at least 10,000 gold taels to buy it. Then, how precious was the item that was contained in this jade box? Chu Mu opened the jade box with a trace of curiosity. Inside the jade box, there was a small sword that was half a finger long and as thick as a middle finger. This small sword was dark red in color. The dark red color didn't seem to be dyed. It was more like the material used to forge this small sword was a dark red material. Interestingly, the small sword didn't have a sword guard or a sword hilt. It only had a sword body. Chu Mu picked up the small sword with his fingers. He found that the small sword's weight was unexpected. It was at least 4 or 5 pounds. Clearly, the material used to make it was extraordinary. With Chu Mu's half a year of cramming in all kinds of knowledge and the sword observation technique, he couldn't tell what material this strange small sword was made of. However, Chu Mu felt that this small sword wasn't simple. It was just that he couldn't tell what kind of secret it contained. He looked at it carefully and found that there seemed to be carvings on one side of the small sword. After carefully observing it from different angles, he finally determined that it was 2 ancient characters and not the current popular characters. Thus, Chu Mu didn't know what the 2 characters were. It seems that I can only ask the Lin clan. Chu Dongxiong sighed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 286. In Xingyun Courtyard. There was a pavilion with a person sitting in it. It was Chu Mu. This was the 5th day since Chu Mu had returned to the Chu clan. He was not in a hurry to leave. Chu Mu's fingers pinched a strange dark red sword. He looked at it repeatedly, as if he wanted to see what was different about it. But no matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything. He only knew that this thing was not simple, that was all. The news from the Lin clan had also come back. The Lin clan did not know what this family heirloom was used for. According to the Lin clan head, this family heirloom was passed down from the first generation of the Lin clan. But he did not say why. Perhaps it was because the first generation of the Lin clan did not know. In short, for some reason, this thing became the family heirloom of the Lin clan. It was a symbol. Many generations of the Lin clan had been researching and searching for ancient records. But because of some restrictions, the level of knowledge they had was too low. Thus, they did not understand. Since the Lin clan did not know anything, Chu Mu could only research on it himself. He tried soaking it in water and roasting it over fire, but the small sword was not damaged at all. But there were also no secrets. Chu Mu gathered his innate sword qi and exerted force on his fingers. But he was unable to break this strange, small sword. In the end, he even used 100 refinements, sword to slash at the small sword. The small sword was unscathed and did not even leave a mark. Instead, the 100 refinements sword broke into 2. Afterwards, Chumu used his innate sword aura to wrap around the beheading wind sword and slash down. The small sword was still unscathed, not leaving a single mark. The innate sword aura was shattered, and an extremely small crack appeared on the beheading wind sword. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. This didn't affect the beheading wind sword much. Once, yesterday, Chumu's finger had touched the blade of the dagger, which wasn't very sharp. As a result, his finger had been cut, and a drop of blood had stained the blade. Before Chumu could wipe it off, the blood had been absorbed. Chumu wondered if this was something that required a drop of blood to recognize its master. However, there was no connection between him and the small sword. Even if he squeezed out another drop of blood for it to absorb, he would not feel anything. No matter what, this strange little sword was extraordinary. Not only was it incomparably hard, even the beheading wind sword could not harm it, but it was also incomparably sharp, even sharper than the beheading wind sword. In addition, it seemed to be able to suck blood. Although Chumu didn't have much hope of finding anything, he still took it out of habit to take a look. Chu Dongxiong did not understand this thing. Since he did not understand, and Chumu seemed to like it very much, he might as well give it to Chumu. After studying it for a while, Chumu suddenly felt his soul tremble, and the concept of metal on the spiritual level also began to shake. He quickly put the small sword back into the space bracelet, and in a flash he turned into a gust of wind and entered his room, closing the door. This was because Chumu could feel that the mutation in his concept of metal was about to be completed. This made him a little excited. After such a long time, the mutation was finally about to be completed. The power of the concept of metal began to rotate, turning into a whirlpool. And in the center of the whirlpool, there was a touch of dark gold that was slowly appearing. As soon as it appeared, Chumu could feel that this faint dark gold contained an astonishing sharpness that surpassed the concept of metal by a lot. He couldn't help but look forward to the appearance of this mutated concept. The higher the level of the mutated concept, the more powerful it would be. Naturally, it would be more beneficial to him, and his strength would also become stronger. As for the difficulty of comprehending the concept due to the high level of the concept, that was no longer within Chumu's scope of consideration. The power of the concept of metal continued to rotate, and the dark gold light in the center became purer little by little, increasing little by little. Time passed little by little. Chumu was focused on observing the changes in the concept of metal. He was not aware of the passage of time in the outside world. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in Chumu's eyes, it was like only a few seconds had passed. The spinning power of the concept of metal suddenly paused, and the dark gold in the center released a terrifying sharpness in an instant. It was like a powerful sword that slashed out, cutting through the sky, tearing the earth and cutting through the void. Chumu's soul trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart. His hair stood on end. But this concept originated from the concept of metal, and the concept of metal was a concept that Chumu had comprehended. Therefore, this mutated concept did not affect Chumu at all. The reason his soul trembled was because this mutated concept was very powerful. The entire vortex of the concept of gold was directly cut open by this dark golden light. In the next moment, the dark golden light in the center exploded with a terrifying suction force, directly sucking in the concept of gold that was split open at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, the concept of metal was completely absorbed by the dark red, mutated concept. But this suction force did not stop and instead expanded, affecting the concept of cloud. Chumu's mind moved, and he hurriedly controlled this suction force, intending to stop it. This was because he didn't know whether or not this suction force would affect the concept of cloud and wind once it expanded. If this suction force caused the concept of cloud and wind to be affected or even collapse, then Chumu wouldn't even have time to cry. Even if this mutated concept was very powerful, it would not make him feel happy. However, he was shocked because he could not control this suction force. It ignored him and continued to expand. It had already swept past the concept of cloud. Chu Mu's heart was in his throat. He discovered that the concept of cloud was not affected at all and was still steadily standing in place, slowly rotating. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. The range of the suction force was increasing, and it was already approaching the concept of wind. The more powerful a person's soul force was, the more powerful their intuition was. At this time, Chu Mu had an intuition that his concept of wind was about to suffer. Stop for me. Determined, Chu Mu concentrated 120% of his mind and forcibly tried to stop the spread of the suction force, but it still had no effect. That suction force seemed to treat Chu Mu's spiritual world as its own territory, and it was not affected by Chu Mu's interference. The concept of wind was also touched by the suction force, and Chu Mu's face became ugly. However, the concept of wind was slowly blowing in a fixed range, and there seemed to be no signs of it being affected. Could it be that my intuition is wrong? Chu Mu thought, and he was very happy that his intuition was wrong this time. However, when that suction force filled the entire spiritual world, the blowing of the concept of wind suddenly became irregular, and the amplitude of the fluctuations was different from usual. It seemed that something was about to be broken down and fall apart. The concept of wind seemed to have a mind of its own, and it naturally refused to be broken down like this. It resisted, and so it started to fluctuate with this suction force, using Chu Mu's spiritual world as the battlefield. Chu Mu suffered, and he only felt that there was a rumbling sound in his head, like thunder. His head was in incomparable pain, as if there was a piece of iron or something forcefully stuffed into it, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He closed his mouth and did not make the slightest sound, but his face became pale little by little, and it lost its color. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound exploded in his head, like a terrifying thunder. Chu Mu's entire spiritual world shook violently, and even his soul was impacted, and he suddenly fell unconscious. After he fell unconscious, the changes in his spiritual world still continued. He saw that the green blowing concept of wind was breaking down at this time, and it turned into two parts. One of them was light green in color. It blew gently and quickly, causing a soft, whistling sound. It was like a gentle breeze. The other part was dark green in color. It was not gentle. Instead, it was filled with sharpness and sharpness. It was like the edge of a blade that constantly cut through the surroundings. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. In the next breath, the light green part was not affected at all, and it blew on its own gently and slowly, while the dark green wind was affected by the suction force of the dark gold variant concept, and it actually quickly moved toward the dark gold variant concept. It was constantly being absorbed into the dark gold variant concept, becoming nutrients. After about 15 minutes, Chu Mu woke up and recalled what happened just now, and he quickly focused on checking his spiritual world. The scene in his spiritual world immediately shocked him. The concept of wind had actually broken down into two parts. One part was slowly dissipating on its own, and the other part was constantly being absorbed by the dark gold variant concept. He could not stop it, nor could he reverse it, and could only become a bystander and watch quietly. I hope it won't be too bad. Chu Mu had to accept this result. He could only hope that the consequences would not be too bad, and this varying concept could bring him a surprise. Otherwise, he really could not even cry. It seems that this change will not stop for a while. Chu Mu thought to himself, and then he withdrew from his spiritual world, waiting for this change to happen automatically. It seemed that it would take a long time for it to complete. At that time, he would be able to know what this variant concept was all about. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chu Mu opened the door and saw his mother's kind, smiling face. She was calling Chu Mu for dinner. Chu Mu looked at the sky, and it was already evening. According to Earth's time, it should be past 6 o'clock, and it was also time for dinner. These few days were the most comfortable time for Chu Mu. Every day when he woke up, he would cultivate normally. Besides cultivating, he would also chat with his parents casually. There was no hostility, and he did not have to worry about anything. He felt relaxed from the heart to the body. Chu Mu did not refuse this kind of comfort. The way of cultivation was to have tension and relaxation. It was correct to have tension and relaxation. Blindly being tense may allow one to advance by leaps and bounds for a period of time, but it would definitely leave behind future troubles. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 287. At the dining table, Chu Mu looked at Li Yunlan with a stunned expression. After a while, he shook his head slightly and smiled helplessly. Mother, I'm only 19 years old this year. I know. That's why we're dating now. If you're satisfied, we'll settle this marriage first. After a year or two, we'll settle the marriage, Li Yunlan said with a smile. Chu Mu was really in a difficult position. He had never thought about marrying and having children. In his heart, there was only the sword. Perhaps one day in the future, he might meet a woman that he liked, but it was definitely not now. Moreover, Chu Mu had a feeling of resistance from the bottom of his heart when it came to being arranged by his elders for a blind date. He advocated freedom. However, Li Yunlan was the mother of this body, and she was very good to him. It made him feel the warmth of a mother. For a moment, Chu Mu couldn't say anything to refuse. Don't do this and that. I'll send a message to your aunt now and ask her to bring her daughter over. Li Yunlan immediately made a decision. Mother, now is the best time for me to cultivate. I won't think about children for now. Chu Mu thought about it and said. He knew that the aunt that Li Yunlan mentioned was Li Yunlan's good sister. No matter what, Chu Mu really didn't want to delay his pursuit of the sword Dao because of these trivial matters. After entering the great Kuin sword mansion, Chu Mu knew that there were many geniuses in this world. Every day was precious. If he delayed his cultivation because of some trivial matters that could be avoided, it was equivalent to wasting time. Although it might be nothing to meet, and it would be over in an instant, who knew if the other party would be satisfied and find a reason to stay? It was better to be safe than sorry. In short, Chu Mu's idea was that there were some troubles that could be prevented from happening. All right, Mu is only 19 years old this year. It is indeed the most important time. Let's not distract him with these things. Chu Xingyun said, You and I both hope that Mu could become outstanding. Now that he has, we should support him and not add to his troubles. Mother, I promise that if I find a suitable person in the future, I will bring her back to see you. Chu Mu also quickly found a reason to say, Only you and your father know how to talk. Li Yunlan rolled her eyes at Chu Mu. She agreed with Chu Xingyun and Chu Mu. She didn't bother about the blind date, which made Chu Mu feel relieved. Chu Mu planned to stay at home for a few more days to wait for the concept mutation in his spiritual world to complete. He discovered that his spiritual world was affected by the mutated concept, and it had actually escaped his control. In other words, not only was Chu Mu unable to use the concept of metal, he was also unable to use the concept of wind, and he was even unable to use the concept of cloud. Not only was he unable to use it, but he couldn't even comprehend it. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu could only use the time to comprehend the sword force. Perhaps it was because he used the blood evil stone to sharpen his will, but the sword force had improved a little compared to before. It had become more condensed, and the power of the prison-breaking sword was naturally stronger. In addition to comprehending the sword force, Chu Mu also practiced the basic sword arts and everything that a swordsman should have. He cultivated the penetrating power, the 9 revolutions of heaven origin, and the 3rd level of the sword Qi protective secret technique. As for the shocking wind sword art, because he couldn't use the concept of wind, he couldn't cultivate it. He had to temporarily stop. Time passed, and it was the 10th day since Chu Mu returned to the Chu clan. Today, Chu Dongxiong sent someone to find Chu Mu again. If our Chu clan wants to develop, we need various factors. The strength of our children also needs to be improved. Chu Dongxiong went straight to the point and said, I hope that during the time you stay in the Chu family, you can take out some free time to give pointers to the Chu family's children, broaden their horizons, and improve their swordsmanship and strength. Okay. Chu Mu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Now that he couldn't comprehend the concept or cultivate the shocking wind sword art, although he focused on other aspects, he still had some free time every day. Since he could do something for the Chu clan, then he would do it. After all, he wouldn't stay in the Chu clan for long. After leaving this time, it might be a long time before he could return to the Chu clan. Let's go and grab the front seats. Let's go. If we're slow, we can only line up at the back. In the Chu clan, people could be seen walking quickly everywhere. They were all children of the Chu clan. Most of them were teenagers, and there were even young men in their 20s. Their faces were all filled with excitement because this morning they had all received a notice that Chu Mu was going to give a public lecture. He would explain some things that they didn't understand, and he would also give them pointers on cultivation and sword arts. They could also take the opportunity to ask some questions about cultivation. The children of the Chu clan had long regarded Chu Mu as their idol. Their idol was going to give them pointers, and this was an extremely rare opportunity. How could they miss it? Therefore, the scene of many people walking quickly appeared in the Chu clan. The place where Chu Mu was going to give his lecture was in the backyard. The backyard of the Chu clan was big enough to accommodate a few hundred people at the same time. The children of the entire Chu clan added up to less than 200, so it could easily accommodate them. At this moment, there were many people sitting in the backyard. There were more than 100 people. What was interesting was that, not far away, the two elders of the Chu clan, Chu Xingfeng, Chu Xingkong, Chu Xingyun, and the others were all present. Even Chu Dongxiong was present. They were very clear about their own shortcomings, but they didn't have a way to solve it. Now that Chu Mu was going to give a lecture, perhaps this was a good opportunity to learn more. After all, they were all seniors and they were too embarrassed to ask for advice. This public lecture might be a good opportunity. When everyone was present, Chu Mu finally arrived. As soon as he appeared, the originally noisy discussion quieted down. Each and every one of them stared at Chu Mu with burning eyes, as if they wanted to melt Chu Mu. Chu Mu didn't have stage fright. He sat in front of everyone, smiled slightly, and began to talk about some of the knowledge he knew. This knowledge wasn't too profound, but it would be beneficial to oneself to understand it. After talking for about an hour, Chu Mu changed the topic and talked about his experience in sword chi cultivation. He started from the shallow to the deep, and said it in a simple and direct manner. It was easy to understand. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads and revealed an expression of enlightenment. Even the two elders of the Chu clan and the others had the same feeling. Finally, Chu Mu explained the sword technique aspect. Similarly, he analyzed it in depth, starting from the easy to the deep. With the support of the theoretical knowledge of a sword master, as well as the various experiences he had personally cultivated, the moment he spoke it was extremely reasonable and easy to understand. Unknowingly, an hour and a half passed. Everyone didn't feel the passing of time at all. They only listened as if they were intoxicated. They couldn't wait for Chu Mu to continue talking and listening. Unfortunately, after an hour and a half, Chu Mu stopped talking and entered the free question and answer session. Another hour passed. In the future, Chu Mu would explain once every 5 days and let the disciples of the Chu clan cultivate the basic sword arts together. He would watch from the side and give pointers, etc. Although they didn't know why they still had to cultivate the basic sword arts, they listened to their idol's request, especially when their idol told them that improving the basic sword arts would also increase their strength. They worked even harder to cultivate. Every 5 days, the upper echelons of the Chu clan felt that their horizons had been broadened. In addition, their foundations were more solid, so they felt that they had improved significantly. The disciples of the Chu clan all felt that they had improved in all aspects, and they admired Chumu even more. The entire Chu clan also became unprecedentedly cohesive because of Chumu. Today was the 20th day that Chumu had stayed in the Chu clan. He explained the problems of cultivation to the disciples of the Chu clan. As he spoke, his heart suddenly moved, as if he had comprehended something. After the explanation, Chumu immediately returned to his room. He grasped the remaining trace of inspiration in his heart and traced it back to its source. 2 hours later, Chumu was suddenly enlightened, as if he had understood something. He suddenly broke through to the Qi, transforming Deshang. Then he hurriedly took out 2 mid-grade spiritual stones from his space bracelet. He held one on each side and used the 9 heavenly core revolutions to absorb the pure spiritual Qi inside. The heavenly core sword Qi began to break through the limit again. It continued to increase and become more vigorous. After an hour, Chumu felt his body shake. His sword Qi cultivation had finally broken through to the Qi transforming Deshang level. While guiding others in their cultivation, it is also a type of integration of my own cultivation. After integration, a new comprehension will naturally appear. Only then will I be able to grasp this momentary comprehension and achieve a breakthrough. Chumu muttered to himself. Originally, he only taught the disciples of the Chu clan to do his part for the development of the Chu clan. He didn't expect that he would also benefit unknowingly. It allowed him to break through to the Qi transforming Deshang level, which should have taken him half a year or even a year to break through. The next day, Chumu gathered the disciples of the Chu clan again and taught them even more wholeheartedly. It was the same on the 3rd day. Chumu took the opportunity to continuously stabilize his sword Qi cultivation. On the 4th day, the Qi transforming Deshang level was completely stabilized. Chumu took another Renyang pill to increase his sword Qi cultivation. After digesting the last 10 Renyang pills, his sword Qi cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi transforming Deshang level. If he broke through again, he would reach the Qi transforming perfection. It had to be said that although Chumu's cultivation talent wasn't outstanding, his comprehension was astonishing. It was easier for him to break through to the next level. Coupled with the Renyang pill, he was able to reach the pinnacle of the Qi transforming Deshang level so quickly, far surpassing others. After gathering the disciples of the Chu clan for the last time, Chumu told them to consciously cultivate together in the future and help each other. He then bid farewell to his parents and Chu Dongxiong. He rode the red-crowned crane and left the Chu clan, hurrying back to the great Kuin sword mansion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 288. It took Lu Yin a total of 5 days to return to the great Kuin sword mansion. In other words, it took Chumu a total of 29 days to return to the great Kuin sword mansion. By the time he reached the great Kuin sword mansion, it was already late at night. When he returned to his own Earth-level sword tower in Astral 9, Chumu suddenly felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Leaving the comfortable life of the Chu family and entering a place filled with competition like the great Kuin sword mansion was like going from a greenhouse to a battlefield. It made Chumu's blood, which had been flowing quietly for some time, boil once again. Unfortunately, the mental world's mutated concept still hadn't completely absorbed a portion of the wind concept. However, looking at the situation, it should be done soon. According to Chumu's conclusion from his observations, it would be done in at least 1 day and at most 3 days. My current sword Qi cultivation is at the peak of the Qi Deshang realm. When the mutated concept truly appears, I'll first see how powerful it is and how much I've comprehended it. Only then will I decide whether or not to challenge the sky-level sword tower, Chu Mu thought to himself. Although the mutated concept would definitely be stronger than the metal concept, it was still unknown how much stronger it would be. Furthermore, it was also unknown how powerful the mutated concept would be after it completely appeared. According to the ancient records that Chu Mu had read, it also seemed to be related to luck. It was said that if one was lucky, their comprehension of the mutated concept would be similar to their original concept. However, if one was unlucky, their comprehension of the mutated concept wouldn't even be 10%, and they would have to recomprehend it. The difficulty of comprehending a mutated concept was several times greater than that of a normal concept. Maybe the mind-refining pill will come in handy when the time comes, Chu Mu thought to himself. That night, Chu Mu slept very soundly. The news of his return to the sword mansion had also been reported. At dawn the next day, Chu Mu, who was practicing basic swordsmanship on the first floor of the sword gauntlet, felt that the seal had been triggered. In a flash, he appeared outside the sword gauntlet. Outside the seal stood a person. It was the deacon of the Hall of Hundred Affairs. Furthermore, it was the deacon who had accompanied him to challenge the sword tower as a witness. Chu Mu, congratulations. When the deacon saw Chu Mu walking over, he immediately revealed a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Your cultivation, what's so great about the mortal yang pill? Chu Mu didn't understand. Aren't you going to let me in? The deacon didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled. Please. Chu Mu opened the seal and allowed the deacon to enter. Both of them walked up to the second level of the sword tower and sat down. Chu Mu also poured a cup of tea for the deacon. The deacon took a sip of the tea and glanced at Chu Mu. He found that Chu Mu looked calm and his eyes were also very calm. He didn't feel anxious at all. He couldn't help but admire him. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on winning first place in the King of Swordsmanship competition and winning the crown of the King of Swordsmanship. I also went to watch your competition. Originally, I thought that you wouldn't even be able to enter the top 100. I didn't expect that you would become stronger when facing strong opponents. In the end, not only did you enter the top 100, but you also defeated strong opponents again and again. In the end, you even defeated Huangfu Tsangyue and won the King of Swordsmanship competition. It was extremely shocking. The deacon smiled and said, Your swordsmanship is really unfathomable. Watching your competition, it was full of suspense and extremely exciting. You didn't come here today to tell me this, right? Chu Mu smiled and said, This matter had been over for almost a month, and the limelight wasn't so strong anymore. Of course, I came here today for another important matter. The deacon admitted, Did you know that Huangfu Tsangyue, who was defeated by you in the King of Swordsmanship competition, was originally the first place on the bronze sword list? 15 days ago, Huangfu Tsangyue successfully broke through his cultivation and became a swordsman of the Qi-Hai realm. 3 days ago, he completed the task and passed the assessment, becoming a student of the prince's mansion. Oh, although he was a little surprised, he soon calmed down. Huangfu Tsangyue's sword qi cultivation was at the peak of the qi refining realm. In addition to his outstanding talent, it was not particularly surprising that he broke through to the Qi-Hai realm at this time. As soon as Huangfu Tsangyue left the inner mansion, one of the 100 places on the bronze sword list naturally became empty. Everyone increased in order. Wan Pan, who was originally ranked second, automatically became the first place on the bronze sword list. The deacon continued to explain, Presumably, you also know that the bronze sword list of the inner mansion is not ranked through any competition, but through ordinary challenges. Therefore, after the discussion, the higher-ups of the inner mansion decided to use the usual method to select a group of candidates for the vacant places. Finally, one of the candidates will be listed on the 100th place on the bronze sword list. I see. So, I am one of the candidates? Chu Mu asked, still as calm as ever. That's right. because your performance in the Sword Art King competition was very outstanding, and you won first place. The Mansion Master decided to give you a candidate position and let you compete for the 100th place on the Bronze Sword list. You know, the treatment of those who are on the Bronze Sword list is different from those who are not. The deacon smiled with an envious look. There was no other way. They were deacons. Even if they were strong enough, they were not qualified to be on the Bronze Sword list. How many candidates are there? Chu Mu suddenly asked. Each house has 8 places, so there are a total of 100 places. The deacon continued to say, because the ranking on the Bronze Sword list represents real strength, each house has 8 places. The total of 80 places in the 10 houses will have one-on-one battles. The winner will be listed on the Bronze Sword list. When will it start? Chu Mu asked. The 80 people who were selected were definitely not weak. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to be on the Bronze Sword list? Chu Mu himself knew that the reason he was chosen was completely due to his outstanding performance in the Sword Technique King competition, causing the inner palace master to directly decide to give him a spot. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get a place. Although Chu Mu did indeed have the strength to challenge the students on the Bronze Sword list, others did not know that. Tomorrow morning, it will start at 7 in the morning. It will be in the arena of the inner mansion, where the Sword Art King competition will be held. You must not be late, or it will be seen as a forfeit, the deacon said seriously. Okay, I will be there on time tomorrow. Chu Mu nodded. Thank you. This is my duty. I hope you can create a miracle this time and defeat the other students to enter the Bronze Sword list, the deacon said with a smile. The deacon smiled. This was because the students chosen this time, other than Chu Mu, were all residents of the Heaven Rank Sword Tower. Every one of them had reached the peak of transforming aura. Right, although it will start tomorrow, there may be people who will challenge you today. As long as they defeat you, they will be able to get one of the 8 places. So if someone comes to challenge you, you must not lose, the deacon warned. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Mu felt the seal being touched again. He walked to the window on the 2nd floor and saw 2 swordsmen standing outside the seal. They were unfamiliar faces. It seems that they are already here. Chu Mu smiled and walked down the tower. The deacon quickly followed and arrived in front of the seal. Chu Mu, my name is Tai Kong. I am here to challenge you, a strong young man said to Chu Mu. He was very direct and his voice was cold. The deacon immediately curled his lips. Tai Kong's cultivation was at the peak of the Qi transformation Desheng. It seemed that he felt that Chu Mu's cultivation was not high enough and wanted to defeat Chu Mu to get one of the 8 places. After Tai Kong finished speaking, he found that Chu Mu's cultivation was also at the peak of the Qi transformation Desheng. He was obviously stunned. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Chu Mu said calmly. His expression was indifferent and his voice was calm. Although he could not use artistic conception and the shocking wind sword art if it was a real battle, Chu Mu would not refuse, because he could still use the sword force. Tai Kong thought for a moment and said, Forget it. Since your cultivation is at the peak of the Desheng, I take back my challenge. He had seen Chu Mu's competition where his swordsmanship was the king. He had watched every competition. Therefore, in his mind, Chu Mu was unfathomable. Originally, he had planned on relying on his higher cultivation to suppress Chu Mu and defeat him. Now, Chu Mu's cultivation unexpectedly didn't lose to his. Adding on his bone-chilling sword technique attainments, Tai Kong instantly put away his thoughts of challenging Chu Mu because he didn't have a chance. He didn't even have a 10% chance. If he knew that Chu Mu could not use artistic conception and ancient swordsmanship now, he probably would not back down. I won't see you off, Chu Mu said. Tai Kong thought for a moment and said to Chu Mu, Chu Mu, although I don't challenge you because I am not confident the other 79 people besides, you all have a cultivation of the Qi transformation realm. From what I know, senior brother Lu Wenjian has been in the Qi transformation realm for almost 2 years. His ancient swordsmanship is very powerful. Although your swordsmanship attainments are unfathomable, this is not the swordsmanship king competition. It is a battle of strength. He still admired Chu Mu's swordsmanship attainments. Subconsciously, he did not want Chu Mu to lose. Thank you for your reminder. Chu Mu smiled. He would not refuse such kindness. If you want to thank me, then defeat all your opponents like in the swordsmanship king competition and finally get a place on the bronze sword list. Tai Kong laughed and turned to leave. As for the other person, he was just accompanying Tai Kong and was not important. Chu Mu, I will take my leave first. I wish you victory tomorrow. The deacon saluted Chu Mu and said, See you tomorrow. Chu Mu also saluted and said. After the deacon left, Chu Mu also returned to the sword tower and sat on the balcony. Mutated artistic conception. I should finish it as soon as possible. At least it will allow me to show more of my strength. Otherwise, the probability of losing tomorrow's battle is not small. Chu Mu secretly said, artistic conception was a very important part of strength. If he could not use it, he could not even use the ancient swordsmanship. The others must have mastered the ancient swordsmanship. In this situation where there was a gap in cultivation and artistic conception, the possibility of winning by sword momentum alone was very small. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 289. This was Chu Mu's second time participating in a competition at the Inner Sanctum Arena. The first time was when he had participated in the finals of the Sword King tournament, and the second time was when he had been nominated as one of the candidates for the bronze sword ranking. He would be competing with the other candidates for the sole spot on the bronze sword ranking. Although this kind of competition was not as grand as the Sword King tournament, it was still eye-catching. Thus, aside from the students who were out on missions and those who were in seclusion, most of the students were present. This time, there was no limit to the number of seats, and the students could sit wherever they wanted. Thus, the students who were familiar with each other sat in groups of 2s and 3s to discuss and express their opinions. There were about 40,000 students present, so the arena did not seem that empty. Aside from the students, most of the elders from the 10 academies had also arrived. At the very least, the bronze sword ranking was an extremely high honor in the Inner Sanctum, and they were all witnesses to it. The 80 candidates for the bronze sword ranking from the 10 academies were all present, and they were all gathered around the arena. Chu Mu glanced at them, and sure enough, aside from him, the other 79 were all at the Qi transformation realm. The most important thing was that they were not in his current situation and could not use their intent realm. Intent realm was an important component of an outstanding swordsman's strength. If one was unable to use their intent realm, their overall strength would be reduced by at least 50 to 60%. However, Chu Mu's expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Of course, Chu Mu's sword Qi cultivation was only at the peak of the Qi transformation to Shang realm, which was the lowest out of the 80 candidates. Thus, the other 79 candidates did not think much of Chu Mu. They all knew how Chu Mu had obtained this spot. It could be said that his outstanding performance in the Sword King tournament had caused the Academy Master to make an exception and give him a spot. At most, this was to let Chu Mu fight against those powerful swordsmen in advance, so that he could clearly understand his own shortcomings. Chu Mu's cultivation has increased so quickly. Some of the elders from Astral 9 were astonished and started discussing amongst themselves. That's right. Even though he obtained the Mortal Yang Pill and was able to rapidly increase his sword Qi, breaking through to the next realm is not that easy. I remember that this Chu Mu entered the Inner Palace less than a year ago. This is really surprising. In less than a year, he actually reached the peak of Qi transformation to Shang. This kind of speed of improvement far surpasses others. It is indeed very surprising, but I'm afraid it has no fate with the bronze sword ranking. That's true. After all, The bronze sword ranking requires overall strength, not a single aspect. Even though Chu Mu's swordsmanship is profound and unfathomable, earning him the title of Sword King, and even an elder like me has to admire his swordsmanship, in this competition, swordsmanship is only a part of it. It accounts for less than 20%, and there are many other factors to consider. Haha, the Academy Master gave Chu Mu a spot because he didn't expect Chu Mu to defeat the other opponents and obtain a spot on the bronze sword ranking. He only gave him a chance to fight against a powerful opponent and let him understand that swordsmanship is not absolute. He also needs to be strong in other aspects to be truly strong. Therefore, I'm afraid that this Chu Mu won't even make it past the first round. The Academy Master has really given this a lot of thought. Not only were the elders discussing this, but the other students were also discussing this matter. Naturally, they were all talking about how Chu Mu would not be able to obtain a spot on the bronze sword ranking. Every one of them spoke with reason. He'll just embarrass himself if he goes up. A student from Astral, 9 said disdainfully with a hint of anger in his eyes. Originally, Chu Mu's spot should have belonged to him, but the Academy Master had decided to give it to Chu Mu. How could he not be angry? Most importantly, he had wanted to challenge Chu Mu to obtain a spot on the bronze sword ranking yesterday, but he hadn't expected that Zhuge Ming would also be in Chu Mu's sword gauntlet. He had been interrupted by Zhuge Ming on the spot and had been unable to challenge him. After all, Zhuge Ming was very powerful. He was ranked 35th on the bronze sword ranking and was the strongest existence in Astral 9. He was also an important member of the Golden Wind Alliance. Offending him was equivalent to cutting off one's own path of retreat. Because of Zhuge Ming's presence, those who had wanted to challenge Chu Mu were all stopped outside. They didn't dare to directly offend Zhuge Ming. Chu Mu had also gotten some rest to avoid being disturbed. He was able to properly adjust his condition in order to deal with today's battle. Today, Zhuge Ming was also present. There were 2 referees, one of whom was one of the referees from the previous king of swordsmanship competition. They stood on the arena and announced that the bronze sword rankings nomination competition was about to begin. The 80 nominees would go onto the arena and draw lots. This competition's format was different from the king of swordsmanship competition. Lots would be drawn, and the loser would be eliminated. After the first 79 students had drawn lots, the last lot belonged to Chu Mu. Chu Mu looked at the number on it and saw that it was 53. Look at the numbers in your hands. The next round will be number 1 against number 80, number 2 against number 79, and so on, the referees announced loudly. Now, number 1 and number 80 will stay on the arena and prepare for the competition. Everyone else get off the arena. Chu Mu and the other 77 nominees jumped off the arena and sat down in the candidate seats, preparing to watch the competition. The first round of the bronze sword rankings nomination competition, number 1 against number 80. Begin. The referees first opened the seal on the arena and then announced loudly. This seal was different from the one used during the Sword Art is King competition. It wouldn't restrict the innate sword chi and intent realm of the participants. The main purpose of this seal was to protect the spectators. It would prevent the spectators from being injured if their attacks were too powerful. The strength of this seal was very high. It could completely block the attacks of a Chi-Si realm sword warrior without breaking. Number 1 and number 80 candidates pulled out their swords and pointed at each other from dozens of meters away. They were both using upper-grade swords. Basically, other than Chu Mu, the other nominees were all at the Chi transformation realm. They were more powerful than normal Chi transformation realm warriors, so they naturally had the ability to use upper-grade swords. In this aspect, Chu Mu was not as good as them. Number 1 and number 80 said something to each other and immediately attacked. As soon as they attacked, sword chi was everywhere. Their battle looked completely different from Chu Dangxiong's. Chu Dangxiong's attacks gave people the feeling that he was trying to be powerful, but in reality his attacks were very weak. Their attacks, on the other hand, did not look powerful, but their power was concentrated. Every sword chi that spread out contained a very terrifying power. Number 1 and number 80, the two nominees, started by testing each other's moves. After getting a rough idea of each other's strength, they immediately used their full strength to deal with each other. But as they used their full strength, they also had to hold back. If they used all their trump cards, they would be seen through by their opponents. At that time, their opponents would be prepared. In a battle between swordsmen, it was best not to let the opponent know of one's moves. Only some trump cards could be used as a trump card. Otherwise, once the opponent knew of their trump cards, they would not be able to catch them off guard. Naturally, they would be much weaker. It was even possible that because the opponent knew their trump cards, they would be prepared and the opponent could take advantage of it. Clouds in the sky. Candidate number 1 stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, white clouds appeared and rolled out as if they were blown by a strong wind. The clouds contained a sharp killing intent. He was using the mortal level ancient sword art, cloud sword art. Good timing. Take my ardent tempest. Candidate number 80 shouted. Sword chi surged around his body. He waved his sword, and in an instant, a storm whistled and swept out. It was the mortal level ancient sword art, storm sword art. Movement technique, footwork realm, ancient sword art. And the attainment of the basic sword art was only a part of it. Therefore, many people thought that Chumu was just going through the motions. Boundless clouds. Candidate number 1's ancient sword art changed. The rolling clouds formed 1, 2, 3, and filled the entire battle arena. It seemed to have become boundless. Storm tornado. Candidate number 80's ancient sword art also changed. With a rumbling sound, the storm suddenly condensed into a huge tornado that kept spinning. Such power made people tremble in fear, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Chu Mu frowned slightly. Both number 1 and number 80's ancient sword art had been cultivated to the Deshang realm. Their cloud mentality and wind mentality were also close to 50%. Coupled with the enhancement of upper grade swords, their power was very strong. Chu Mu thought about himself and calculated in his mind. If it was him facing either of their ancient sword arts, how could he avoid defeat and counterattack to win? The battle between number 1 and number 80 was very intense. Not long after, number 1 let out a scream and his whole body flew out. Originally, he was sent flying by number 80's sword storm. His whole body hit the seal, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Number 80 wins. First round, second battle. Number 2 versus number 79. The judge immediately announced. Candidate number 1 and number 80 left the stage, and it was number 2 and number 79's turn to go on stage. The battle continued one after another. Number 2 defeated number 79. In the third battle, number 3 defeated number 78. In the fourth battle, number 77 defeated number 4. Basically, those who were defeated were more or less injured. Of course, they were also eliminated. Although they were a little unwilling, a loss was a loss. Those nominated candidates who had defeated their opponents did not dare to be complacent because this was only the first round of the competition. There were other opponents later, and these opponents would be even stronger. Only by defeating all of them and obtaining the final victory would they have the right to be happy. First round, 28th battle, number 28 versus number 53. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 290. Chu Mu drew number 53, and number 28 was already on the stage. So it's him. Number 28 is really lucky, the students said as soon as they saw Chu Mu get up and walk onto the stage. Number 28, who was already standing on the stage, saw Chu Mu and immediately smiled. This smile was full of confidence. This guy is really lucky. He passed the first round so easily. The other nominees spoke one after another, their faces full of envy. They silently wondered why it wasn't them who faced Chu. Of course, there were some candidates who were extremely confident in their own strength who remained indifferent. To them, it didn't matter who their opponent was because they believed that their strength could crush their opponent and obtain the final victory. That was all. The two judges looked at each other helplessly when they saw Chu jump onto the stage. They all saw Chu's performance in the King of Swords competition, so they were very impressed by Chu's swordsmanship. Subconsciously, they also hoped that Chu could defeat his opponents one after another like he did in the King of Swords competition. However, this competition was not just a confrontation of basic swordsmanship. It was only a small part of the overall strength. It was a prerequisite for practicing ancient swordsmanship. Therefore, in their opinion, Chu was bound to lose. Speaking of which, not only did others think that Chu would lose, but even Chu himself did not have much confidence in defeating his opponent. After all, he could not use any swordsmanship or ancient swordsmanship. His overall strength was reduced by several levels. Even so, Chu still wanted to fight because he still had sword force, Xintian force, and penetrating force. My luck is not bad. Number 28 stared at Chu and smiled. Why don't you just admit defeat? Don't hurt our friendship. Why don't you admit defeat? Chu said with a smile. The two judges were stunned. They could not help but shake their heads. This guy was really unwilling to lose. What? I admit defeat? Ha ha ha. Number 28 was not angry. Instead, he laughed. In his opinion, Chu was not his opponent at all. Naturally, he would not be angry at his words. After laughing for a while, he stopped and continued, Chu, I know you. Although I did not have the chance to fight with you in the King of Swords competition, I know that I'm not your opponent in terms of basic swordsmanship. However, don't forget that this is not a duel of basic swordsmanship. I can defeat you with one sword. You're talking too big. Take out your sword. Chu said indifferently. Even if it was Zhuge, Chu didn't think he could defeat him with one strike, let alone someone weaker than Zhuge. I'll let you know with facts. Number 28 was a little angry. He quickly pulled out his sword. In an instant, a wave of light blue sword qi rushed towards Chu. It was 5 meters long. It was like a rolling wave. It contained strong water vapor and rushed towards Chu. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of water waves crashing against each other. Chu's body flickered. He used phantom steps. The 3 phantoms were destroyed by the sword qi. Meanwhile, Chu's real body appeared beside number 28. He thrust out his sword with innate sword qi as fast as lightning. During the King of Swords competition, Chu defeated Yi Shaokai with a fast sword. He was known as the fastest sword. Number 28 had no time to dodge this attack. However, his protective innate sword qi was very powerful. Chu's attack only broke through his protective innate sword qi. Before the sword could reach him, number 28 reacted immediately. He chopped out with his sword and a huge wave rushed towards him. The range was too wide. Chu was not sure if he could take this attack head-on. He used phantom steps again. The phantoms were all destroyed by the huge wave. Chu's real body appeared on the other side of number 28 and thrust out his sword again. Right now, Chu was using his sword art's master methods as the main and his sword practitioner's innate sword aura as support to fight with number 28. He knew that he was unable to use his intent realm and the wind-shocking sword art. His other sword arts lacked the support of his intent realm and were not powerful enough. On top of that, he was using a mid-tier sword. With all these factors combined, Chu's foundation was inferior to his opponent's. Therefore, Chu chose to fight in close range, using his fast sword and technique to meet his opponent. This caused his opponent to be unable to catch his figure and make the correct attack. Chu's sword was too fast. Number 28 could not keep up. However, his protective innate sword chi was much more powerful than Chu Mu's sky origin sword chi. Therefore, Chu Mu could not break through his defense and give him a chance to fight back. Time passed in a flash. Chu Mu had already thrust out more than 20 times. Every strike was able to break through his opponent's protective innate sword chi. Damn it! Number 28's face turned ugly. He originally thought that he would be able to get rid of Chu Mu in one strike, but he didn't expect that not only would he not be able to do so, but he would also be repeatedly attacked by Chu Mu after he got close to him. It was hard for him to find an opportunity to counterattack. If it wasn't for his sword aura being more profound than Chu Mu's, and if it wasn't for the fact that the sword in Chu Mu's hand was only a middle-rank sword, he probably would have already lost. As for the people watching from below, they were all astonished. This Chu Mu, is he using basic sword techniques? It looks like it. How is this possible? How can he suppress number 28 with basic sword arts and innate sword chi? The audience felt that their views had been distorted. They could not accept it. The two referees on the arena were even more stunned. It seemed to be different from what they had imagined. They didn't know that Chu Mu was in a difficult situation right now. In order to prevent number 28 from catching his figure and counterattacking, as well as maintaining high-speed sword strikes and searching for the opponent's flaws, Chu Mu was completely focused on abandoning everything else. Under such a state, his mental energy consumption was extremely shocking. After all, the current battle was indeed not like a battle of pure sword arts. His opponent used innate sword chi and sword intent, which increased the difficulty of finding his opponent's flaws. Moreover, Chu Mu's protective sword chi was not as strong as his opponent's, and he had not yet mastered the third level of the sword chi protective secret technique. Once he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Therefore, he could not let his opponent hit him. Get out of my way! Under Chu Mu's suppression, number 28 finally exploded. Loud rumbling sounds rang out. Terrifying blue innate sword aura surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. It was incomparably vast and sharp as the sword slashed out by number 28. Retreat! Chu Mu had no choice but to retreat. Because of this kind of attack, he had no other choice but to retreat. Number 28 seemed to be planning to directly defeat Chu Mu with this sword strike. Therefore, his innate sword chi erupted without holding back. Its power was extremely strong and surging, sweeping the entire arena. Chu Mu frowned and his pupils shrank. He stared at the surging waves of blue sword chi. It was so fine that he could even see the sword chi's trajectory in the waves. In an instant, Chu Mu thrust out his sword. When the sword strike containing Tian Yuan's sword chi collided with the oncoming sword chi waves, it shook violently. At the same time, Zhen Tian's energy was activated. Tian Yuan's sword chi and Zhen Tian's water sword chi collided first. After all, Tian Yuan's sword chi was not as strong as Zhen Tian's and was immediately crushed. The water sword chi also paused for a moment, allowing Zhen Tian's energy to strike. In the shock wave, the water sword chi was broken and a gap appeared in the perfect sword chi waves. This gap was right in front of Chu Mu. Chu Mu thrust out his sword again, using the same method to break the Zhen Tian's energy. In the end, the vast blue sword chi waves bombarded the seal, creating countless ripples before disappearing. Chu Mu was completely unharmed. In the eyes of the audience, it was as if the blue sword chi waves had split in the middle, deliberately avoiding Chu Mu. What the hell this is? Everyone was dumbfounded. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Number 28 was ruthless. He waved his sword and water sword chi gathered on the body of the sword, causing the sword to turn blue. It was as if water waves were condensed, and the sound of waves was surging. An extremely powerful aura also surged out of number 28's body. It was like an enormous wave surging towards Chu Mu, crushing him. Triple cut of blue waves. Number 28 slashed out with his sword. The sound of crashing water was the first to ring out. Layer after layer of blue waves rushed into the sky, abruptly turning around and pouncing towards Chu-Mu. This wave was an ancient sword technique formed by number 28's water elemental sword chi, which contained the concept of water. It was extremely powerful and could even shatter refined steel. Chu-Mu's eyes burst with a sharp light. He lowered his right hand and pointed his sword at the ground. Tianyuan sword chi constantly flowed and gathered on the body of the sword, accumulating and becoming denser. A buzzing sound was heard, which was the result of Chu-Mu compressing Tianyuan sword chi into the wind cutter, sword to the extreme. He waved his sword upwards, and the Tianyuan sword chi tore through the sky like a waterfall, slashing towards the incoming triple cut of blue waves. With a puchi, the Tianyuan sword chi was directly shattered, and the triple cut of blue waves seemed to be affected. Chu-Mu's sword stabbed out 5 times in an instant, each of which carried the power of Jin Tian, landing on the same spot of the triple cut of blue waves. With a puchi, the first cut of blue waves was immediately crushed and turned into a sky full of blue, like splashing water droplets, beautiful. Because Chu-Mu had attacked the weak spot of the first cut of blue waves. The second and third cut of blue waves followed. Chu-Mu was in a critical situation. He raised his powerful aura, and the Tianyuan sword chi moved with all his strength. The muscles of his right arm twitched, and waves of power rushed towards the wind cutter sword. Sword after sword stabbed out in an instant like lightning. At that moment, even the 2 judges could not see clearly. 10 swords of Gentian's power hit the weak spot of the second cut of blue waves, and 15 swords of Gentian's power hit the weak spot of the third cut of blue waves, and the third cut of blue waves was destroyed. Number 28's triple cut of blue waves, one of the moves of the blue wave sword art, had been broken. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 291. This is impossible. Number 28 screamed as though he had been smashed by a mace. He couldn't accept that his triple slash of jade waves had been broken by Chu-Mu in such a way. What's going on? Some of the people whose vision was blocked by the triple slash of jade waves were shocked. They couldn't see how Chu-Mu had broken the triple slash of jade waves. They secretly guessed what method Chu-Mu had used, and those who saw it were all dumbfounded. They couldn't say a word. There was only one thought in their minds. What the hell? They only saw Chu-Mu strike, but they didn't see how many strikes Chu-Mu had made in an instant. Every strike was imbued with Zhen Tian's force. Therefore, in their eyes, they only saw Chu-Mu's triple slash of jade waves being broken. It turned into blue water droplets that splattered across the sky. They fell like a rainstorm, soaking the arena. In that instant, he stabbed out more than 10 times. A referee muttered, but he didn't know how many times. Those dozen strikes seemed to have some kind of force exertion technique. Another referee also said he didn't dare to be sure. It was too blurry. The corners of the referees' mouths twitched. They forced a smile. Using a high-speed sword and force exertion technique to break a mortal-ranked ancient sword technique. This is the first time I've heard of it, and the first time I've seen it. This Chu-Mu truly surprises me time and time again. How did you break my triple slash of jade waves? After number 28 screamed, he gradually calmed down and shouted at Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu did not answer. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. His right hand that was holding the wind cutter sword was trembling uncontrollably. If he could use the intent realm, then he could use the wind travel body technique with the intent realm of wind, the phantom footwork with the intent realm of cloud, or the shocking wind sword art with the intent realm of wind to break through the triple slash of blue waves of number 28. But the problem was that he couldn't use his intent realm, Without the support of his intent realm, the power of traveling in the wind and phantom steps wasn't enough to avoid the triple slash of blue waves that covered an extremely wide area. He also couldn't use the wind shock sword art to defeat it. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu could only do one thing. Concentrating his mental power to the limit, he instantly found the weak point of the triple slash of jade waves. Then he activated the high-speed sword with all his strength, and every sword was imbued with Shen Tian force, striving to defeat the triple slash of jade waves layer by layer in an instant. In the end, Chu Mu did it, but the price he paid was exhaustion. Yes, the current Chu Mu felt very tired. Not only was he mentally tired, but he was also physically tired. Finding the weak point of the ancient sword technique in an instant had consumed a lot of his mental power. Although swinging the high-speed sword was also physically exhausting, it wasn't difficult for Chu Mu to swing a dozen sword moves. The crux of the problem was the Shen Tian force. Using the Shen Tian force consumed a lot of energy. If he used it once every breath, then it wouldn't be difficult for Chu Mu to do it more than a dozen times. He wouldn't feel too exhausted. However, stabbing many times in a breath with each sword imbued with Shen Tian force consumed 10 times more energy than usual. Chu Mu could feel waves of soreness and pain coming from the muscles of his right arm. It felt like he was being pricked by needles if he moved a little, especially the rebound of the intent realm of water contained in the triple slash of jade waves, which made Chu Mu's blood and qi churn. Intent realm. He could only fight with intent realm. Anything else was too difficult. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent wasn't worried or confused, he took the opportunity to recover his mental power and physical strength, allowing the muscles of his right arm to recover bit by bit. Number 28's eyes became sharp as they fell on Chu Mu's face. He found that Chu Mu's face was a little pale, so he looked down and saw that Chu Mu's right hand was slightly trembling. No matter how you broke my triple slash of jade waves, you must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Number 28 suddenly sneered and slashed out with his sword. The water element Xiantian sword qi, mixed with the concept of water, surged like a tidal wave from the horizon, bringing with it the sound of crashing waves. This sword qi was 10 meters long. Chu Mu had no choice but to use the flashing wind shadow in advance and quickly dodge. Fortunately, the water attribute wasn't speed, but continuous momentum. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the flashing wind shadow, which was only at the high level and lacked the support of the intent realm of wind, to dodge this sword. I told you to dodge. Number 28 laughed wildly and swung his sword again and again. In an instant, another stream of water attribute Xiantian, sword qi, containing traces of the intent realm of water, surged over. The whole battle arena seemed to be attacked by waves. Chu Mu had no choice but to use the flashing wind shadow again and again. Fortunately, he had extraordinary eyesight and could dodge in advance. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Weren't you very powerful just now? Didn't you break my triple slash of jade waves? Why can't you do it now? Number 28 shouted while releasing sword qi attacks. Chu Mu didn't say a word and kept dodging. His spiritual power and physical strength were recovering little by little, but the muscles in his right arm were still sore and tingling. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to completely recover. So that's how it is. Not only can the intent realm be integrated into the sword moves to increase the power, but it can also be integrated into the sword qi to increase the power of the sword qi. At the same time, it can also give the sword qi different characteristics. For example, the water attribute will become more continuous and harder to be defeated. The metal attribute will become sharper, and the wind attribute will become faster. Chu Mu thought to himself. Now, he was still constantly improving himself through various aspects. The records in the ancient books weren't 100% accurate. Some things couldn't be found in the ancient books and had to be experienced to understand. Chu Mu felt like he was suddenly enlightened. In the past, he had always integrated the intent realm into his sword moves, swordsmanship, and footwork, but he had never tried to integrate it into the sword chi. This didn't mean that Chu-Mu didn't understand. After all, humans weren't omnipotent and couldn't be perfect. Even a saint couldn't have never made mistakes. In addition, the sword chi wasn't very powerful under normal circumstances. In a battle, the sword chi only played a role of interference. Therefore, Chu-Mu, who was a swordsman, didn't pay much attention to the sword chi because most of the battles between swordsmen were focused on close combat. Today, when he fought with number 28, he saw number 28 integrate the intent realm into the sword chi and continuously slash out, making each of the water attributes sword chi more continuous. Suddenly, he learned something. Number 28's attacks seemed to be endless. One sword strike after another was relentless, like a torrential wave. When the sword chi slashed at the two referees, the referees didn't move at all. Just the innate sword chi surrounding them directly dispersed the water attribute, sword chi, that contained the intent realm of water. The difference in cultivation was too great. I told you to dodge. Let's see how long you can dodge. Let's see how you're going to dodge. Number 28 kept swinging his sword and slashing out water attribute, sword chi, as he taunted. Chu-Mu still didn't say a word. He didn't listen to number 28's words at all. Instead, he was thinking while dodging. In addition to integrating the intent realm into the sword chi to strengthen the sword chi, Chu-Mu also thought of other ways to counterattack and defeat number 28. Chu-Mu could easily integrate the intent realm into the sword chi, but he couldn't use the intent realm in his spiritual world at the moment. The quality of his sword chi is higher than mine. His cultivation is denser than mine. He can perform ancient sword skills. He has close to 50% of the intent realm of water. He has a high-grade sword. As Chu-Mu dodged, he listed out all the advantages that number 28 had over him in his mind. My advantage lies in my swordsmanship attainments, as well as my powerful mental strength and technique for exerting strength. However, right now, with my remaining mental strength and the difference in cultivation between me and the opponent, I have to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. If I don't attack, then I have to defeat the opponent in one strike. As he pondered, Chu-Mu's eyes became sharp and his exhaustion was concealed. He stared at number 28's body, trying to find a place to attack. Chu-Mu remembered that his goal was to defeat number 28, not kill him. Therefore, he only needed to find a place where number 28 could lose his ability to fight. Number 28 swung his sword again and again. Chu-Mu's eyes slowly moved and finally landed on number 28's right wrist. After determining where to attack, Chu-Mu's brain started working again. He continuously calculated, once again combining the surrounding environment with the opponent's posture and movement frequency, etc. He took everything into consideration. He had to defeat the opponent in one strike. In an instant, Chu-Mu entered a state of absolute calmness. The light in his eyes became unprecedentedly intense, like a sword that could even pierce through the air in front of him. Number 28's entire body seemed to have disappeared in front of Chu-Mu. All that was left was a wrist that kept swinging. That was Chu-Mu's target. Dodge! 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 While dodging, Chu-Mu constantly circled around and got closer to number 28. Number 28's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't say a word, but he was also preparing. Once Chu-Mu got close to him, he would perform his strongest strike at a suitable distance and defeat Chu-Mu in one strike. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Everyone seemed to have guessed the intentions of both sides. They all held their breaths and stared with wide eyes. Even the two referees were completely focused. A smile appeared on number 28's face. It was a smile of victory because the most suitable distance for his strongest strike was within 3 meters of 5 meters. Lose for me. With a fierce roar, number 28's aura surged out. Number 28's sword suddenly condensed an invisible energy. Although it was invisible, it contained a terrifying power, as if it could pierce through the void. At the same time, Chu Mu's body blurred and many illusions appeared. The illusions were shattered by number 28's sword. After missing, Chu Mu stabbed out with his sword, heading straight for number 28's face. Number 28's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled back his sword to block. Sword chi rippled out. After a feint, Chu Mu suddenly pulled back his wind cutter sword and moved it from his back to his left hand. It was completely natural and without a trace, and he stabbed towards number 28's wrist. Tian Yuan, sword chi condensed. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 292. What? Everyone, including the two judges, was shocked. Some of them even stood up with their eyes wide open. Number 28's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were dilated. His face was full of shock, but he could not react because Chu Mu's move was too unexpected. Fast, fast, fast. His left hand stabbed out. Fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. The Tian Yuan sword chi gathered at the tip of the sword, and a cold star bloomed. The sword instantly broke number 28's protective sword chi on his right wrist, and number 28 seized the opportunity to mobilize his Xian Tian sword chi to protect himself. The Tian Yuan sword chi was quickly consumed, and so was his protective sword chi. At this moment, the strength and purity of the sword chi were the key. But obviously, Chu Mu's Tian Yuan sword chi, which was in the 6th revolution, was not as good as his water-type sword chi. Number 28 had been in the chi transformation realm for far longer than Chu Mu. It had already been 4 to 5 years. In such a period of time, the technique he cultivated was also a high-class, profound rank technique, and his cultivation talent was above Chu Mu's. Under all these conditions, number 28's innate sword aura was above Chu Mu's heavenly origin sword aura in both quantity and purity. Chu Mu estimated that when he broke through the 6th revolution and entered the 7th revolution, his sword chi would be comparable to his opponent's in terms of purity. Consumption, consumption, consumption. In the end, the Tian Yuan sword chi on the tip of Chu Mu's sword was completely consumed, and the subsequent replenishment could not keep up with the consumption rate. His protective sword chi was also being consumed, but there was still a thin layer left, which blocked Chu Mu's sword. Haha, you're out of ideas. Number 28 breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. At the same time, he was about to withdraw his sword to counterattack. Not necessarily. Chu Mu sneered. His left hand trembled slightly, and a strange wave of power reached the tip of his sword. A strange force shot out in an instant. Ah! Number 28 screamed in pain. He felt as if his right wrist had been pierced by a sword, and the pain was so intense that it penetrated his bones. He couldn't hold on to his high-grade sword anymore, and it fell to the ground. He held his wrist with his left hand and screamed in pain. The sword pierced through. Number 28's wailing stopped after a while. His face was pale. He removed his left hand and stared at his right wrist. There was no wound on it, but there was a red swelling the size of a copper coin. The pain was so deep that it felt like he had been stabbed by a sword. Chu Mu had once again used the technique of exerting force. However, it was not the Zhentian force, but the penetrating force. After more than 20 days of meditation and cultivation, Chu Mu, who was a genius and had the foundation of the Zhentian style, had basically mastered the penetrating force that others would need a year or even longer to master. The penetrating force, as the name implied, could penetrate some defenses. According to the Book of Penetrating Force, after practicing it to the level of Desheng, it could even penetrate a meter-thick boulder. Chu Mu had only mastered the basic level of penetrating force. If he had mastered it, number 28's right wrist wouldn't be red and swollen at all. It would be fine on the surface, but the internal injuries would be more obvious, and his entire right wrist would be crippled. What did you do to me? Number 28's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Heal it well, and you'll be fine in a few days, Chumu said lightly. You. Number 28 almost exploded in anger. He thought he would win. But in the end, not only did he not win, but he also let his opponent take the limelight. As a result, he was injured. Now, when he used a little force, he felt pain all over his right wrist. He couldn't even hold his sword. Number 53 wins, the referee announced. He glanced at Chumu, and his expression was indeed very surprised and shocked. Amazing! Did you see Chumu's sword move? I didn't know swordsmanship could be used like this. My horizons have been broadened. He used his right hand as a feint to lure his opponent to block, but then suddenly retracted it and switched to his left hand. So cool! During the King of Swordsmanship competition, Chumu defeated Fu Shi. Fu Shi asked him if he knew how to use dual swords. At that time, Chumu said that Fu Shi wasn't qualified for him to use dual swords. At first, I thought Chumu was bragging, but now that I see his left-hand swordsmanship is so pure, I'm sure he knows how to use dual swords. The students were in an uproar as they discussed. After Chumu returned to his seat, he closed his eyes and rested. His whole body needed to rest. Being unable to use his mental state and ancient swordsmanship was indeed a big hindrance. Fortunately, his outstanding performance in other aspects allowed him to defeat his opponent in the end. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to participate in the second battle for a while. He could only hope that the following battles would drag on for a longer time, giving him more time to recover. Match after match passed, and Chumu opened his eyes. While using the heaven-shaking flow-breathing technique to speed up his body's recovery, he also watched the other nominees' matches. Knowing one's enemy, one's chances of victory were slim. There were a total of 40 battles in the first round. Chumu was in the 28th battle, and there were still 12 battles after that. Among these 12 battles, apart from the 4 that defeated their opponents very quickly, the other 8 battles took at least 15 minutes to defeat their opponents. Because of this, Chumu had recovered to a certain extent. However, it was still not enough for him to fully recover. After the first round ended, the referee announced a 15-minute break. 15 minutes later, the lots were drawn again. This time, Chumu drew number 6. In other words, his battle was scheduled for the 6th battle of the second round. This was not good news for Chumu because he was sure that by that time his spirit and other aspects would not be able to recover to their peak. However, Chumu was not afraid. The first battle of the second round, number 1 versus number 40. Begin. With the referee's announcement, the second round finally began. In the first round, no one would use their full strength. Some were defeated before they could use their full strength. Therefore, everyone was holding back. At least, no one used their sword aura. To be able to enter the second round, their strength was definitely not ordinary. The battles were more exciting and intense. Soon, the 5th battle was over. The 6th battle of the second round, number 6 versus number 35. It's Chumu's turn again. Can he defeat his opponent again this time? The students seemed to be excited all of a sudden. Chumu's face was calm as he jumped onto the sword fighting stage and faced the 35th candidate. Number 35 was a woman in her 20s. Although she was not as beautiful as Han Ruashua, she was not bad. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation. Her figure was very good, especially the pair of beautiful slender legs under the robe. It was easy for people to daydream. I didn't expect my opponent to be you. Number 35 pursed her lips and smiled. In the swordsmanship is king competition. Your swordsmanship is indeed unfathomable. Watching your battle is also very exciting. In the first round, I wonder why you didn't use your intent realm or ancient sword technique. That's none of your business, Chumu replied indifferently. Number 35 was slightly stunned and smiled again. Then, in this battle, You also don't plan to use your intent realm or ancient sword technique. You'll know when I use my sword. Chu Mu's reply was still indifferent. Instantly, number 35 was depressed. This fellow was a bit stubborn. I advise you to use your full strength. Otherwise, it will be the same as the last battle. You are not my opponent. Number 35 seemed to be very kind as she reminded. Chu Mu did not answer, nor did he take the initiative to use his sword. Instead, he was thinking about number 35's last battle. Although she might not have used her full strength in the last battle, Chu Mu had seen her style and characteristics. Her sword was light and graceful. Number 35's specialty was her lightness. What she comprehended was the intent realm of wind. The ancient sword technique she cultivated was the returning wind swordsmanship. Her comprehension of the intent realm of wind was about 50%. She seemed to be good at close combat. Number 35 was the first to use her sword. Her first sword was not sword chi, but a movement technique. In an instant, she was not only fast but also light as she appeared in front of Chu Mu. Her sword brought a gust of wind that blew back and forth with a strange force. Although she did not use the returning wind swordsmanship, she had completely comprehended the principles of the returning wind swordsmanship and applied it to ordinary sword techniques. It created a force that rushed back and forth, creating a kind of suction force. Chu Mu's eyesight was still there. He saw through the situation with a single glance. He unsheathed his wind-cutter sword and sliced out. The returning wind swordsmanship disappeared as if it was cutting a thread. Number 35's sword attack was broken. Number 35 was slightly surprised. She quickly changed her attack. Chu Mu only felt that the sky was filled with sword shadows that came from all directions. He knew that number 35 was using her speed to continuously attack. Closing his eyes, Chu Mu's ears trembled slightly. His listening sword, which was close to perfection, allowed him to control the overall situation. The wind cutter sword condensed heaven's origin, sword chi. It pierced, chopped, sliced, and flicked. Strike after strike, it broke through number 35's sword shadows. Ding, ding, ding sounds kept ringing. Sparks began to fly. It was dazzling. Number 35 was a little depressed. She was good at close combat. Her returning wind swordsmanship was also mainly for close combat. Coupled with her light footwork and super fast body movements, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. She was helpless. She met Chu Mu, the guy who took the crown of the king of swordsmanship from Huangfu, Psangyue, who was invincible in the inner mansion. He's so scary even with his eyes closed. Number 35 muttered and gritted her teeth. I don't believe that I can't defeat you with my strength. In an instant, number 35 performed the returning wind swordsmanship. Returning wind and drizzle. The returning wind swordsmanship appeared. Each sword attack contained the essence of wind. It was like a silent drizzle that moistened everything. It was all-pervasive and impossible to guard against. In total, she stabbed 99 times in one breath. It was too dense and too fast. Even if Chu Mu's listening sword could control the overall situation, it was difficult for the wind cutter sword to keep up. It could not block this move because it came from all directions. The sharp golden sword suddenly appeared in his left hand. With two swords in hand, the world was mine. A wave of densely packed clanking sounds rang out again. Each of return wind drizzle's attacks were blocked by Chu Mu's two swords, returning without any success. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 293. Dual Swords. Chu Mu is using dual swords. Is he finally going to use the dual sword technique? Of course, the dual sword technique represented the use of dual swords, which was completely different from the dual sword technique Chu Mu had in mind. In the eyes of the audience, number 35 and Chu Mu were more than 10 meters apart. Chu Mu was standing on the battle stage, holding a sword in each hand. One sword had a light blue flowing wave, and the other sword had a light golden edge. With both swords in hand, his face was bright and clear. He had a unique style that left a deep impression on the audience. Good boy using dual swords. The two judges were also surprised. However, they were not shocked to the extent of being shocked. In their minds, although using dual swords was more difficult than using only one sword, the increase in strength was not that obvious. Normally, people who used dual swords mostly did so because of some special sword techniques that required dual swords. They did not know that Chu Mu's dual sword technique was different from the dual sword technique they knew. When using dual sword technique, Chu Mu's overall strength would increase by 30%. Number 35 looked deeply at Chu Mu. Just now, Chu Mu had used dual swords to block her ancient sword technique, wind returning sword technique. This was an unbelievable thing. However, Chu Mu had really done it. However, the current Chu Mu's blood and qi were surging inside his body. He had to forcefully suppress his blood and qi, otherwise, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. It was not difficult for Chu Mu to block his opponent's 99 swords in one breath. However, each sword contained a trace of wind mentality, which was the key point. The power of mentality could only be resisted by mentality. Chu Mu had used the force dissipation technique to resist the power of Zhentian. He had barely dissipated most of the power, but there was still a small part that affected Chu Mu. It had actually attacked Chu Mu's mental world. During the first match, Chu Mu had already discovered that although he had lost control of his spiritual world, the power of external concepts could not invade his spiritual world. He had avoided being impacted on the spiritual level, and only his blood and qi had been shaken. Returning wind and drizzle pursued an instant 99 sword attacks, using every opening to attack the opponent. Thus, the concept of wind contained in each sword attack was not powerful. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as qi and blood being shaken. Most likely, his meridians and internal organs would be damaged as well. No matter what, this was the best opportunity to defeat Chu Mu. Unfortunately, Chu Mu couldn't see his current state on the surface. Number 35 was apprehensive and didn't immediately attack, giving Chu Mu a chance to recover. If I can use a type of concept, even if I don't have an ancient sword technique, I can still be on par with him with just basic sword techniques, force exertion techniques, sword aura cultivation, and concept. Chu Mu thought to himself. He suddenly realized that when a sword artist got stronger, they would be able to unleash an even more terrifying power when combined with a sword artist in some aspects. This thought only flashed through his mind. It was a little blurry and extremely fast. Chu Mu didn't even have time to catch it. Besides, he didn't have the time to catch it in his current situation. Thus, he missed an epiphany. Chu Mu didn't feel that it was a pity. The outside world was not the main reason why he missed the epiphany. The main reason was that his foundation was not solid enough. Once it was solid enough, he believed that the epiphany would appear again. Number 35 seemed to have finished her observation. She once again used her graceful movement skill and appeared beside Chu Mu. She attacked again. Her movement skill was somewhat similar to Chu Mu's wandering in the wind. Unfortunately, Chu Mu couldn't use the concept of wind. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to suppress her in terms of movement skill. With two swords in hand, he could attack and defend at the same time. Number 35's nimble and all-pervasive attacks were all blocked by Chu Mu, unable to be effective. Whirlwind Whisking Willow. After number 35's attack was blocked by Chu Mu, she used the whirlwind swordsmanship again. His entire body was like a willow branch as he bounced backwards and instantly bounced back. This sword contained 50% of the concept of wind. It was fast, light, and filled with toughness. It also contained a frightening sharpness, as if it wanted to cut through space. Chu Mu felt an intense sense of danger. He knew that he couldn't block this attack with his current strength. However, the attack was extremely fast and impossible to guard against. He couldn't dodge for a moment. The heavenly Yuan sword Qi gathered on the two swords. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the wind cutter sword and the sharp metal sword struck the center of number 35's high-grade sword at the same time. The whirlwind whisking willow seemed to be restrained for an instant. It paused for a moment as the powerful concept of wind attacked. Chu Mu immediately put away his sword and used the phantom steps to dodge the layers of illusions. Even though Chu Mu's speed concept was fast enough, a portion of number 35's wind concept still attacked him. Most of it attacked Chu Mu's mental world and was blocked. A small portion of it attacked Chu Mu's body, causing his blood qi to tremble. The phantom steps collapsed on its own. What did you just do? Number 35 looked at Chu Mu in disbelief. She couldn't believe that her whirlwind whisking willow had been dodged by Chu Mu, especially when Chu Mu's two swords struck her sword. She suddenly had a feeling that her attack was about to be broken. Two swords? Thinking of this, number 35's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Everyone knew that it was impossible for a person to balance their two arms. That was why they were called left-handed. Although anyone could hold two swords and stab out with two swords at the same time, the problem was that they would feel awkward stabbing out with two swords at the same time. They wouldn't be able to display their true power. Even if some people had specially trained for this, number 35 now realized that Chu Mu's two swords had the same strength. Was this possible? Perhaps she had already experienced it herself. What kind of monster was he? He had repeatedly done things that others couldn't. This wasn't just the result of hard work. It also required talent. It also required multitasking. Chu Mu couldn't answer her. This time, Chu Mu took the initiative to attack. He used the wandering in the wind to get close to his opponent. His two swords gathered Tianyuan sword qi and immediately launched an attack. The 9 revolutions of heaven's origin continued to move. The Tianyuan sword qi continued to gather on the two swords. This caused Chu Mu's every sword to contain Tianyuan sword qi, greatly increasing its power. The fastest sword. Chu Mu's fastest sword with two swords caused many people to exclaim in disbelief. They were already shocked when they saw Chu Mu attacking with two swords. Now he was attacking with two swords and using the fastest sword at the same time. Could it be that the two swords grew out of Chu Mu's arms, just like his arms? At this moment, Chu Mu's attack was fiercer than a storm and faster than lightning. There was no fastest, only faster. In everyone's eyes, there was only Chu Mu's hands and two swords that seemed to have disappeared. Even with the eyesight of the two referees and the elders, they could only vaguely see the shadows of the two swords and a dim sword light within the shadows. Dim light. That's right. Chu Mu had already displayed the strongest power of his swordsmanship. He integrated it into every sword move and made the speed of every sword move reach its limit. All the muscles on his body were wriggling and waves of power were surging. Too fast. For a moment, number 35 was unable to counterattack. She couldn't even use the wind swordsmanship to counterattack. This was because Chu Mu's swords were too fast. Moreover, every sword move was aimed at the weakest part of her defense. If she paused for even a moment, she would be stabbed. Although her sword qi cultivation was higher than Chu Mu's, and the quality of her sword qi was also higher than Chu Mu's, she had seen with her own eyes what happened to candidate number 28 in the first round. Chu Mu seemed to have grasped some method that seemed to be able to penetrate her sword qi's defenses and injure her body. She wanted to retreat and increase the distance between them, but she discovered that Chu Mu's two swords were closely following her. If she made any other move, she would instantly reveal an opening and be defeated by Chu Mu. Unable to counterattack or retreat, all she could do was defend. It was easy to imagine the depression in number 35's heart. After losing her lightness, Her overall strength had dropped by more than 20%. Chu Mu clenched his teeth. In the previous battle, he had only recovered more than half of his stamina, but now the frenzied attacks were constantly exhausting him. His muscles were beginning to overload and ache. However, he couldn't stop now. Otherwise, all his efforts would be for naught. Not only would he be unable to defeat his opponent, but he would also be defeated by her. This was something that Chu Mu absolutely couldn't allow. The Tianyuan sword qi was constantly being consumed. The 9 revolutions of Tianyuan was constantly revolving. The surrounding spirit qi was also constantly gathering. Number 35 was abnormally sullen. Her sword was clearly better than Chu Mu's, and her cultivation was clearly higher than his. Moreover, Chu Mu hadn't used any intent realm or ancient sword techniques. But now she was being suppressed to the point where she couldn't even raise her head. All she could do was constantly defend. I don't believe that your sword qi can continue to last. Number 35 felt that more than half of her sword qi had been consumed. She guessed that Chu Mu, whose sword qi cultivation was lower than hers, must have less sword qi left. As long as Chu Mu's sword qi ran out, it would be time for her to counterattack and win. At this moment, Chu Mu's body shook. There seemed to be a rumbling sound coming from his body. The Tianyuan sword qi paused for a moment before being channeled again. This time, it was even faster and purer than before. In that instant, Number 35 thought that she had grasped the opportunity. Just as she was about to counterattack, Chu Mu's 2 swords contained Tianyuan sword qi that was even purer than before. It wasn't inferior to hers at all. One sword swept away her counterattacking sword, and the other pierced towards her protective sword qi. In an instant, her protective sword qi was broken, and the tip of the sword was firmly pressed against her throat, causing her to feel a slight, stinging pain, vanishing like smoke. Number 35 stared at Chu Mu in a daze. She didn't dare to move at all. She felt that the skin on her throat had been broken. It was a little painful. Chu Mu only felt that his body was about to fall apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't sore. He couldn't wait to throw away his 2 swords and lie down to rest. He also wanted to find someone to give him a full-body massage. He was excited, not only because he had defeated his opponent with great difficulty, but also because the 9 revolutions of Tianyuan had finally broken through to the 7th revolution. The quantity and purity of his sword qi had increased again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 294. Chu Mu walked down from the arena with great difficulty. When he sat down in the candidate seat, he let out a sigh of relief. The overload that was close to the limit made his body feel like it was about to fall apart. Every muscle and even bone in his body was protesting. His mental strength that had not fully recovered was once again consumed by a lot. Fortunately, Chu Mu was in the 6th match of the 2nd round. There were still 14 matches left, giving him some time to recover. He did not dare to think about the battle just now, nor did he dare to think about anything. He cleared away all distracting thoughts and used the Zhentian-style breathing technique. Chu Mu gradually entered a state of emptiness. Under this state, his mental strength and physical strength were slowly recovering. The Zhentian-style breathing technique had a special characteristic. When used normally, there would not be any visible effects, and it would even make one feel uncomfortable. However, when used when tired, the effects would appear. The more tired one was, the more obvious the effects would be. One could feel as if their body was recovering, just like the nourishment of rain on dry land. The Zhentian-style technique was to use vibrational force. Vibrational force exertion would put a burden on the muscles of the whole body. Moreover, when using the technique, one would also need to concentrate, which would accelerate the consumption of mental strength. Therefore, the Zhentian-style breathing technique was developed to deal with the burden on the mind and body caused by the Zhentian style. The Zhentian style breathing technique, according to Chu Mu's master, was developed by the ancestors of the Zhentian style by combining their own experiences with various breathing techniques in history. It was the crystallization of countless generations of painstaking effort. Everything around him seemed to disappear. Chu Mu's ears constantly echoed with the sound of his own breathing. This breathing sound was very strange, as if it carried a vibrational force that constantly vibrated with a unique rhythm. And the sore and stinging muscles seemed to have been injected with a new force. They were slightly numb and slightly hot. It felt as if his whole body was soaking in a hot spring. His fatigue disappeared little by little, and his muscles were also recovering little by little. His mental strength also recovered faster under this kind of focus. The 7th match ended and the 8th match began. About a quarter of an hour later, the 9th match began immediately. Match after match went on. Chu Mu seemed to be focused on the match, but in fact he was immersed in the Zhentian breathing technique. He was so immersed in the pleasure of his recovery that he did not notice the match at all. The 2nd round is over. Rest for 15 minutes. Chu Mu still didn't notice, but now the effects of the Zhentian Kokyoho were getting weaker and weaker. This was because his mental strength, physical strength, and muscles had all recovered by more than half during this period. Although the effects had weakened, Chu Mu did not stop. He wanted to recover as much as he could before the start of the 3rd round. After a quarter of an hour, it was time to draw lots again. Chu Mu had no choice but to withdraw from the Zhentian breathing technique state. In the 3rd round of drawing lots, there were still 20 nominees left. Chu Mu drew number 9 this time, which meant that his match would be arranged in the 9th match. This meant that he still had some time to recover. After returning to his seat, he entered the Zhentian breathing technique state again, feeling the faint feeling of recovery. The first match of the 3rd round, number 1 against number 20. With the referee's announcement, the 3rd round of the bronze sword leaderboard had officially begun. To be able to enter the 3rd round meant that everyone's strength was relatively strong. The battles would not end in a short time. One match after another was carried out, giving Chu Mu time to recover. The 9th match of the 3rd round, number 9 against number 12, the referee announced. "It's my turn." Muttering to himself, Chu Mu, who had just escaped from the sky-shaking breathing technique, stood up and walked towards the sword fighting stage in large strides. After this period of recovery, his essence energy had finally recovered by 80%. The remaining 20% was of no use to the sky-shaking breathing technique and could only be recovered by itself. Number 12 was a young swordsman with his long hair tied behind his head. His face was clear and full of masculinity. Junior Chu's performance was really unexpected. The young swordsman let out a slight smile and said to Chu Mu, "Originally, I thought that Junior Chu would only be able to stop at the 1st round. I didn't expect that Junior Chu would be able to defeat 2 opponents without using a concept or ancient sword technique. Entering the 3rd round, I was very worried that I would be defeated by Junior Chu in this round." "You flatter me," Chu Mu said with a smile. "Right, Junior Chu probably doesn't know who I am." The young swordsman smiled. "My name is Lu Wenjian, and I'm from Astral, 9 like you." A flash of understanding flashed through Chu Mu's eyes. Yesterday, the first person to challenge him, Tai Kong, had mentioned Lu Wenjian. He had said that Lu Wenjian was very strong and could be considered the strongest candidate for Astral 9's nomination. Chu Mu also recalled Lu Wenjian's battles in the 1st and 2nd rounds. Lu Wenjian had defeated his opponents in a short period of time. A strong opponent, an extremely strong opponent. However, it wasn't as if Chu Mu didn't have a chance, because through the 1st and 2nd rounds of the competition, Lu Wenjian seemed to be an expert in close combat. The ancient sword technique he grasped also needed to be at close range in order to display its might. Different ancient sword techniques had different styles. Some ancient sword techniques required a certain distance to unleash their full power, while some ancient sword techniques could only unleash their full power under certain circumstances. I have a suggestion for our match. I don't know if Junior Chu would like to hear it, Lu Wenjian said with a smile. Please speak, Chu Mu said calmly. Just as Junior Chu has seen, I specialize in close combat. My mountain-shaking sword technique can only display its full power at close range. I can see that Junior Chu is also very proficient in close combat, especially with Junior Chu's dual swords. I'm very wary of them. Lu Wenjian directly expressed his thoughts openly. So, if we fight like normal, it will definitely be very intense, and someone might even get injured in the end. Once someone is injured, even if they win, they won't be able to display their full power in the 4th round and will be defeated. I think that Junior Chu doesn't want to see this happen, so I suggest that we decide the victor with a single sword strike. How do we decide the victor with a single sword strike? Chu Mu was a little curious. Sword form, pure sword form. A hint of confidence appeared on Lu Wenjian's face. I believe that Junior Chu has also comprehended sword form. With Junior Chu's talent, you must have also grasped sword form attacks. Therefore, we will use our respective sword forms to determine the victor. It had to be said that under Lu Wenjian's open and candid manner, he was also meticulous. With one sentence, he determined that Chu Mu had comprehended sword force. If Chu Mu hadn't comprehended sword force or hadn't grasped sword force attacks, he might have been too embarrassed to admit it in public. No matter what, he was already at a disadvantage in terms of grandeur. All right, Chu Mu immediately agreed. Lu Wenjian's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. After watching Lu Wenjian's first 2 rounds, he was clearly much more powerful than number 35 in the 2nd round. Chu Mu was basically not confident that he could defeat him. However, if it was a battle of sword forms, even if it was a student on the bronze sword ranking, Chu Mu was not afraid at all. This was because pure sword form had nothing to do with concept. Essence, energy, will, and comprehension of the sword were the determining factors of the sword form's power. All right, Junior Chu is straightforward enough. My sword form attack is called Mountain Suppressing Sword. After Lu Wenjian finished speaking, a towering aura suddenly surged out from his body. It was like the condensation of a sword mountain. His body seemed to have increased by more than 10 times. A terrifying, domineering, and masculine aura filled the entire arena and invisibly bombarded the seal. All of a sudden, Lu Wenjian displayed the strength of a small success sword form. Moreover, it contained a domineering and masculine aura that belonged only to him. It was as if even a mountain would be suppressed. Prison-breaking sword. As if he was replying to Lu Wenjian's words, and also as if he was accumulating his own aura. Chu Mu let out a low shout. A terrifying aura, like a sword mountain, also surged out from his body. It was domineering and contained an incomparably sharp edge. It was the same sword form, but there was a slight difference. This was the rich world of swordsmen. Good aura! Take my mountain-suppressing sword. Lu Wenjian let out a loud shout and actually jumped up high. He slashed down with his sword from above. His entire body was like a meteor as he bombarded Chu Mu. The air in the arena became extremely oppressive. The air under Lu Wenjian's sword was instantly compressed into a solid state. He took the lead to charge towards Chu Mu. This kind of pressure was enough to turn a Qi transformation realm swordsman into mincemeat. It was as if a huge ancient mountain had fallen down and wanted to suppress Chu Mu, making him unable to resist or move. I can even break through hell with a single sword strike, let alone a mere mountain. Chu Mu let out a low groan. His eyelids slightly trembled. His pupils emitted a sharp light that was like 2 swords as he swung his sword upwards. Prison-breaking sword. An incomparably sharp and domineering sword aura instantly condensed into the wind-cutter sword as it pierced upwards. Break! 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 The terrifying sound of air exploding rang out first. It was deafening. Chu Mu's sword was indomitable. His spirit, willpower, and comprehension of the sword were all above Lu Wenjian's. Lu Wenjian's mountain-suppressing sword form clashed with Chu Mu's prison-breaking sword form in an instant. The mountain-suppressing sword form trembled slightly and was defeated in less than a breath of time. The prison-breaking sword was like a hot knife through butter. The two swords collided. A terrifying power exploded from Chu Mu's sword. The mountain-suppressing sword form that Lu Wenjian was so proud of was unable to suppress Chu Mu's sword form. Instead, it was broken open by Chu Mu's prison-breaking sword form. This was a confrontation between a point and a surface. The dizzying sound of the collision resounded throughout the arena. It was incomparably obscure. Under the huge power, Lu Wenjian's entire body was thrown into the air. The upper-grade sword in his hand even flew out of his hand. Chu Mu maintained his posture of thrusting his sword upwards. The sharpness of that sword seemed to be imprinted into eternity. What a terrifying sword form! What a terrifying willpower! The two referees' eyes flashed. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. Chu Mu's prison-breaking sword form. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 295. In addition to the degree of comprehension, the strength of the sword momentum is directly related to one's spirit, will, and comprehension of the sword. Chu Mu's sword momentum and Lu Wenjian's sword momentum are both at the small success level, but Chu Mu can easily defeat Lu Wenjian's sword momentum. It shows that Chu Mu's spirit, will, and comprehension of the sword are better than Lu Wenjian's. Unfathomable attainments in swordsmanship, terrifying means of using two swords at the same time, and superior sword momentum. This Chu Mu is really frightening. Once his cultivation improves and his comprehension of the essence deepens, he will surpass Huangfu, Sangyue in the past. Haha, the more outstanding and powerful Chu Mu is, the more beneficial it is for our sword mansion. I hope he can grow up as soon as possible. Next time, we must let the great Qian sword mansion know how powerful we are and get rid of the shadow of many years. The elders of the various courtyards discussed with each other through sword qi. Lu Wenjian's face was pale and he looked shocked. He picked up his upper-grade sword and looked deeply at Chu Mu. After saluting with his sword, he turned and walked down the arena. His back was a little lonely. Lu Wenjian had done some research on Chu Mu. He knew that although Chu Mu's cultivation was at the peak of the qi transforming Dasheng, he had entered the inner mansion for less than a year. He felt that even if Chu Mu had comprehended the sword momentum before breaking through to the qi transforming realm, the total time was not long enough. His comprehension was definitely not as profound as Lu Wenjian's. Lu Wenjian wanted to defeat Chu Mu directly with the sword momentum. He did not expect that he would be defeated in the end. Perhaps he would not be defeated by the sword momentum. If it was a normal battle, he might have won. There was no medicine for regret in the world. Lu Wenjian was only thinking about it. He did not feel too upset. Even if he lost the chance to be ranked on the bronze sword ranking, he could still challenge the members of the bronze sword ranking. As long as he defeated them, he could still be ranked on the bronze sword ranking. Chu Mu also returned to the candidate seating area and sat down. Because he had used the blood evil stone to temper his will, this prison-breaking strike had consumed 30% of his essence, energy, and spirit. Although the 30% consumption made Chu Mu feel empty, it was still better than fighting hard. Even if he could win in the end, he would be exhausted. After Chu Mu's match, the 10th match began. Number 10 fought against number 11. In the end, number 11 defeated number 10 and successfully advanced to the next round. As usual, they rested for 15 minutes. During this period of time, Chu Mu seized the opportunity to recover his energy. 40 people were eliminated in the first round. Another 20 were eliminated in the second round, and another 10 were eliminated in the third round. Only 10 candidates were left in the fourth round. This time, Chu Mu had drawn number 3. This meant that his match would be arranged in the third match. Because the numbers were not announced, the candidates did not know the numbers of others other than their own. They had no way of knowing who their opponent would be. The first match of the fourth round, number 1 against number 10. As the referee finished speaking, the fourth round officially began. Basically, in this round, some candidates could no longer hide their strength. Otherwise, they would be defeated. Therefore, in the match between number 1 and number 10, both sides used their sword moves. It could be said that they had used all their trump cards. Number 1 was better, so it was not easy for him to defeat number 10. In the second battle of the fourth round, number 2 versus number 9. In this battle, the strength that number 9 displayed was shocking. Without using sword force, she defeated number 2, who had used sword force with only an ancient sword technique, which made people raise their eyebrows. The third match of the fourth round, number 3 against number 8. 2 people in the candidate seating area stood up at the same time and looked at each other. Number 8 was dazed at first, but then he showed a confident smile because his opponent was Chu Mu. It's Chu Mu's turn again. The students seemed to be excited all of a sudden. I feel like I came here specifically to watch Chu Mu's match. Yeah, at first, I thought that Chu Mu would be eliminated in the first round. I did not expect him to exceed my expectations again and again. He actually made it to the fourth round. Now, I am most interested in Chu Mu's match. I don't know if he can win in the end. I think it will be difficult. I think so too. Although I really want Chu Mu to win in the end, I have to respect the fact. In the 3 matches, you haven't used a concept or an ancient sword technique. Could it be that there's some reason you can't use a concept? On the sword fighting stage, number 8 stared at Chu Mu playfully and laughed. I will use it when I need to. Chu Mu did not change his expression and answered lightly. Is that so? I am afraid that you really can't use your mentality for some reason. Number 8 sneered as he became more and more certain. He was not stupid enough to think that Chu Mu could not comprehend his mentality. That was almost impossible. Your sword arts are very powerful. I don't think I am your opponent. Plus, you are very good at close combat. But I have bad news for you. Close combat is not my specialty. On the contrary, I am better at long-range attacks. Therefore, meeting me will be your tragedy. After number 8 finished, he did not give Chu Mu a chance to talk back. He pulled out his sword and a golden sword light shot out. Then, as he waved his sword, 3 golden sword chi shot out in a triangular shape. The golden innate gold sword chi was condensed with a trace of gold concept. The speed was not particularly fast, but each of them was extremely sharp. Chu Mu did not want to take them head-on. With a flash, he dodged the attacks of the 3 sword chi. Haha, I will not let you get close. Number 8 was very observant. Not only did he know that Chu Mu was good at close combat, but he also knew that Chu Mu was going to use the opportunity of dodging to get close to him. He kept moving his feet and did not let Chu Mu get close. The sword in his hand was slashing out again and again. He had been in the peak of the chi transforming realm for more than a year. Although he had not reached the peak, his sword chi was shockingly powerful. Moreover, he had comprehended 50% of his gold mentality. Therefore, releasing sword chi like this did not burden him much. Number 8 believed that he could defeat Chu Mu before his sword chi ran out. As for the recovery of sword chi, the spirit chi inside the arena was many times more abundant than outside. As long as he spent some time recovering, it would not be a problem at all. The sword chi released by number 8 was very skillful. It was different from the others. Beams of golden sword chi shot out. Each of them was not very fast, and the frequency was not very high. However, they were able to block Chu Mu's advance, so Chu Mu could only dodge again and again. Moreover, Sometimes one or two sword chi would suddenly accelerate and shoot out, just in the direction of Chu Mu's dodging route. Chu Mu had to change his footwork again or release sword chi to resist. This student is very observant. The two referees looked at each other and said secretly, in terms of the power of sword chi, Chu Mu, who had cultivated to the 7th revolution of the 9 revolutions of sky origin, was not inferior to the ordinary peak of the chi transforming realm. In terms of purity, he was not inferior either. However, because he could not use his mentality, Chu Mu's sword chi was not a match for number 8's sword chi at all. It was defeated in an instant. However, it still played a role in blocking the sword chi, allowing him to dodge more easily. Although he could not get close to number 8 for a while, Chu Mu was not discouraged. His face was calm, without the slightest anxiety. Number 8 was like a machine gun, continuously waving his upper-grade sword. Beams of golden sword chi flew out one after another. Sometimes they were 3 beams, sometimes they were in the shape of a letter, sometimes they were in the shape of a letter, sometimes they were in the shape of a letter, sometimes they were in the shape of a letter, sometimes they were in the shape of a letter. Seeing Chu Mu constantly dodging, number 8's eyes flashed with excitement. He felt like a hunter, and his opponent was the prey. Could it be that Chu Mu really can't use his mentality? Otherwise, why won't he take it out? Could it be that he hasn't comprehended any mentality at all? Impossible. How could he not have comprehended any mentality? According to the information I heard, he seems to have comprehended 2 kinds of mentality. I don't understand. At this point, why hasn't he used his mentality? Maybe he's trying to challenge his limits. There was a hint of mockery in this sentence. Chu Mu knew himself well. It was not that he wanted to challenge his own limit, but that he really could not use his mentality. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago. However, sometimes fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. If it were not for the fact that he could not use his mentality, Chu Mu would not have known that he could defeat some opponents who were more powerful than him by relying on his sword arts and sword chi. Number 8 seemed to be getting more and more excited. He held his sword with both hands and slashed horizontally from left to right. The golden upper-grade sword was incomparably sharp, as if it was cutting the space in front of it like a cake, leaving a golden trace that was as bright as a needle. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden sword chi appeared. It was extremely condensed and was more than 10 meters long. It was like a line between the sky and the water, flying towards Chu Mu. From far away, Chu Mu could feel that the golden mentality contained in this sword chi was several times stronger than the previous ones. Its power was extremely terrifying, and he could not resist it directly. Moreover, this sword chi was even faster. Chu Mu used the phantom steps. Layers of phantoms overlapped and intertwined. Chu Mu quickly dodged. The phantoms were destroyed in an instant. The edge of the golden sword chi brushed past Chu Mu's protective sword chi and was cut open in an instant. It was no different from tofu, which made Chu Mu's heart turn cold. If he had been hit directly, his body would have been cut open in an instant. Just as he stood still, he caught a glimpse of the second golden sword chi flying towards him from the corner of his eye. Immediately after the second sword chi, there was a third. The second and third sword chi were the same as the first, more than 10 meters long. Moreover, the second and the third sword chi were staggered, covering a range of nearly 30 meters. In a situation where he could not use his mentality, Chu Mu could not dodge in an instant, even if he used the wind walk or the phantom steps. As for the fleeting wind shadow, it was only a high-level movement skill and could not keep up. In a flash, while Chu Mu was startled, the 2 golden sword chi's mentality slashed towards him. The 2 referees' hearts also rose. As long as Chu Mu showed signs of being unable to dodge or resist, they would immediately make their move. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 296. A student like Chu Mu had already been listed by the sword manor as one of their key observation targets. When he matured in the future, he would be someone who could make the sword manor even stronger. No matter what, no accident could happen to him in this tournament. It wasn't just the two referees. The elders from the various academies were also nervous. They all held their breaths, especially the elders from Astral 9. They circulated the innate sword chi within their bodies, ready to attack at any moment. Everyone else's eyes widened. Up until now, no one had dared to underestimate Chu Mu. But Chu Mu was currently in a very bad situation. Was he going to be cut in half at the waist? Student number 8 revealed a bloodthirsty and sinister smile. There was no rule that stated that killing was prohibited in this tournament. Furthermore, he had cultivated to the peak of the chi transformation stage, and he had killed at least a few hundred people, if not 1,000. There was nothing strange about killing one person. This was especially true since the person he was about to kill was a genius. Just thinking about it made him feel a burst of excitement. The situation was extremely urgent, and the metal sword chi at the front was less than 2 meters away from Chu Mu. 2 meters would be covered in the blink of an eye. Was the king of the sword, Chu Mu, really going to die here? In that instant, Chu Mu did something that no one had expected. He stored the sharp metal sword in his left hand into his spatial bracelet and raised the wind cutter sword with his right hand. He then slashed down in a straight line. Based on the trajectory, the wind cutter sword slashed down on the golden sword chi that was flying towards him. Was he crazy? Everyone thought that Chu Mu had gone crazy. How could such a sword block the golden sword chi of student number 8? That was simply impossible. Die. Student number 8 sneered as a sinister glint flashed through his eyes. He had no enmity with Chu Mu, but that didn't mean that he couldn't kill Chu Mu. Chu Mu's pupils suddenly flashed with a dark gold color, filled with terrifying sharpness and incomparable sharpness. A faint dark gold color appeared on the beheading wind sword as it slashed down. Compared to the golden color, it was not bright at all. However, the sharpness contained within it was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it caused the pupils of the two judges to shrink. They felt a chill run down their spines. There was a tearing sound as if cloth was being cut by a blade. The wind cutter sword actually tore through the terrifying sword chi of number 8 and shot towards Chu Mu's left and right. It slashed on the seal, and countless ripples immediately spread out. The audience was dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Concept. Number 8 screamed like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. His face was shocked and his eyes bulged. He pointed at Chu Mu and screamed, "I thought you couldn't use your intent domain." "I said that I will use it when I need to," Chu Mu said in a low voice. His face was in high spirits. With a step forward, Chu Mu's movement technique was different from before. His style had changed greatly. He abandoned all lightness and variation. There was only a kind of directness and sharpness. It was as if there was an invisible sword in front of him that directly tore the air apart. It couldn't form the slightest hindrance to Chu Mu, causing his speed to increase to the fastest in an instant. In just a flash, many people had no time to react. Chu Mu had already appeared in front of number 8 and slashed forward with the wind cutter sword. This sword was also direct and sharp. It was as straight as a line. There seemed to be no skill or follow-up changes. However, number 8 found that he couldn't dodge because the speed of this sword was too fast and direct. It had reached the point where he couldn't dodge. Close combat was his weakness. He was careless and let Chu Mu get close to him at lightning speed. Moreover, the sword was slashed at him. He couldn't dodge anymore, so he hurriedly blocked with the sword in his hand. An ear-piercing sound was heard as the two swords collided. Number 8 only felt that the gold element innate sword chi on his sword was torn apart in an instant. The upper rank sword vibrated violently, and the palm that was holding the sword could feel a horrifying sharpness and attack. It made his palm feel like it was being cut by the tip of the sword. Damn it! Lose for me! With a loud shout, he used all of his 50% gold mentality and poured it into the upper rank sword. He counterattacked with a sword. This sword was shining with a golden light and had a horrifying sharpness. It cut through the air and was unstoppable. Chu Mu's expression didn't change. A dark golden light appeared in his pupils, and a dark golden light spread out on the wind cutter sword. He slashed out again. In an instant, the bright golden light and the dark golden light collided again. Without any hesitation, the bright golden light was torn apart by the dark golden light. Chu Mu's sword was the first to hit number 8's sword. The horrifying power and sharpness attacked number 8's sword. Number 8 only felt that his protective sword chi was also torn apart in an instant. An extremely horrifying sharpness that was even more horrifying than his gold mentality attacked him. It made him feel like his body was being torn apart, and the pain went deep into his bones. "I admit defeat!" Number 8 hurriedly yelled. How could he not admit defeat? He had lost his advantage when Chu Mu got close to him. Originally, he was sure that Chu Mu couldn't use his mentality, but now Chu Mu had used his mentality. Moreover, it was a mentality that was similar to the gold mentality, but even more horrifying. In such a situation, adding on the fatal threat of Chu Mu's sword slash, if he didn't admit defeat, his life would be over after this slash. Chu Mu's sword paused, and it was firmly stopped in front of number 8. It was still 20 centimeters away from the tip of number 8's nose. Swallowing his saliva, number 8's face was pale. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty and said with a dry laugh, "You win." Chu Mu nodded and put his sword back into the scabbard. Number 3 wins. The referee immediately announced in a clear voice. With a smile, he looked at Chu Mu a few more times. "It seems like a mutated mentality. It's extremely sharp. It should be a mutation of the gold mentality." The two referees talked to each other through sword chi. Their cultivation was profound, and they were experienced and knowledgeable. After speculating, they concluded that the dark golden light that Chu Mu had attached to the wind cutter sword was a mutated mentality based on the gold mentality. Chu Mu walked down the arena with a calm expression and returned to his seat. He didn't care about the shocked and puzzled eyes of the people around him. Chu Mu certainly knew what they were curious and puzzled about. It was nothing more than why he didn't use his mentality before and only used it now. This was the first question. The second question was naturally what kind of mentality it was. Yes, what kind of mentality was it? Chu Mu himself didn't know, because at the critical moment, the mutated mentality in his spiritual world had absorbed a part of the wind mentality. His spiritual world had been unsealed, and Chu Mu could use his mentality again. At that time, the situation didn't give him time to think about it. He felt that the mutated mentality was extremely powerful, and he didn't have time to dodge, so Chu Mu used his mentality to slash down. He didn't expect this mutated mentality to be so sharp. This kind of mutated mentality is based on the gold mentality. It has the sharpness of the gold mentality, and its sharpness has increased several times. It's very terrifying. No, it's not just that. In addition to the sharpness of the gold mentality, because it absorbed a part of the wind mentality, it also has the cutting and speed of the wind mentality. Chu Mu didn't pay attention to the following matches. Instead, he immersed himself in his spiritual world and carefully observed the dark golden mentality that was like a sword. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart. He carefully analyzed it. One of the characteristics of the wind mentality was its speed. Moreover, it would become sharp to a certain extent, cutting like a blade. After the mutated gold mentality absorbed the speed and cutting characteristics of the wind mentality, it strengthened again and became even more powerful. It originates from the mutation of the gold mentality. According to the records, this mentality is called the laceration mentality. It's a high-level mutated mentality, and its power is about 20% higher than the normal mentality. Chu Mu carefully recalled the records he had read and secretly said, if the power exceeded 20%, then it was very obvious. With the same 40% mentality, the laceration mentality could display 60% of the normal mentality's power. It was very terrifying. My laceration mentality is obviously different from the normal laceration mentality because it absorbed a part of the wind mentality. Its speed is faster than the normal laceration mentality. Moreover, its sharpness is also better than the normal laceration mentality. Since it's like this, I'll give this new mutated mentality a new name. It's called the laceration mentality. The laceration mentality is even more powerful than the laceration mentality. Its power is actually 10% higher than the laceration mentality, which is 30% higher than the normal mentality. 30%, what a terrifying increase in power. 30% of the laceration mentality's power was equal to 60% of the normal mentality's power. In this world, the mentality that a swordsman comprehended was mostly the normal mentality. A small number of them could comprehend the special mentality, such as the power mentality and speed mentality. Only a very small number of them could comprehend the mutated mentality. Among the mutated mentality comprehended, it was already very good to be able to surpass the normal mentality by 10%, let alone 20%. For someone like Chu Mu who could reach 30%, and it was a special mutated mentality, it was very rare. The wind mentality and gold mentality have disappeared and been replaced by the laceration mentality. Although it has changed from the original 3 to the current 2, the laceration mentality is much stronger than the wind mentality and gold mentality. Chu Mu secretly rejoiced. The current laceration mentality is 25%, and its power is equal to 55% of the normal mentality. I must improve it as soon as possible. I just don't know if I can still perform the shocking wind sword art without the wind mentality. Chu Mu felt that he should give it a try. If he couldn't perform it, then he would have to find an ancient sword art that didn't require a specific mentality to practice. In that case, it would be a pity to practice the shocking wind sword art so hard. If he could perform the shocking wind sword art, then with the support of the laceration mentality, the power of the shocking wind sword art might become even more terrifying. While Chu Mu was studying the laceration mentality, the 4th round of the competition went on one after another. Not long after, the 5th round of the competition ended, which also meant that the 4th round of the competition was over. In the end, only 5 students could enter the 5th round of the competition, and Chu Mu was one of them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 297. There were only 5 nominees left in the 5th round. If it was a one-on-one battle, it meant that one of the 5 would not have to fight in the 5th round and would go straight to the 6th round. During the 15-minute break, the 2 judges discussed with sword auras on the arena and finally came to a consensus. Candidates, there are only 5 left in the 5th round. If we follow the previous rules, one person will advance in the 5th and 6th rounds. This is unfair to the other candidates. One of the judges said, so after our discussion, we have decided to change the rules of the 5th round. The 5th round will be the last round. It will be a 5-person battle royale. 5-person battle royale? Everyone heard this and looked at each other. That's right. The 5 remaining nominees will fight together on the battle stage. During the battle, they can admit defeat. The last person will be the final winner and obtain a place on the bronze sword list. The second judge explained with a smile. It's a free-for-all. The remaining 5 nominees looked at the others and felt excited for no reason. This was indeed a rare way to compete. I agree. The first nominee stood up and said, I agree too. I have no objections. I like this method. Chu Mu did not speak. He just nodded in agreement. Since the 5 nominees agreed, the final battle royale was decided. The students were very excited. A battle royale. I like it the most. Exciting. It will be very exciting." They all looked as if they wanted to see the world in chaos and discussed excitedly. Soon the break time was over, and the 5 nominees walked onto the arena. "Before the competition starts, I want to say something. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. There is more than one way to get a place on the bronze sword list," a judge said. "Yes, even if you lose this time, you still have a chance to challenge others," another judge said with a smile. The 5 nominees were distributed in 5 different areas of the arena. The arena was big enough that it would not be crowded even if the 5 of them fought in a battle royale. After the candidates took their positions, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they observed the other 4 candidates, because the other 4 could be their opponents. Before the battle even began, the atmosphere of hostility had already begun to spread. The seal was unable to isolate the students, and all of them stopped their discussions, held their breaths, and focused on watching. Chu Mu observed his 4 opponents and quickly replayed their previous matches in his mind. Among these 4 opponents, the first one in Chu Mu's mind should be the one on the right in front of him. His name was Zhuang Lai, and he had comprehended the fire mentality. His comprehension should be around 52 to 33%. His ancient sword art was also of the fire element. No matter if it was close combat or long-range attack, it was quite good. The second one on the left was called Fei Yuanhao. He had comprehended the concept of water, and his comprehension should be around 52%. His ancient sword art was also in the human tier of water element. When he performed his sword art, it was like a long river flowing endlessly. His endurance was very outstanding. As for the other 2, the one on the right was called Fangzhen. He had comprehended the earth mentality, and his comprehension should be around 51 to 51%. He cultivated the earth element ancient sword art, which was good at defense. When he performed his sword art, it was like an indestructible rock. The one on the left in front was called Zhang Feiqing. He had comprehended the concept of wind, and his comprehension level was between 50% and 51%. He cultivated a wind-type human rank ancient sword technique, which happened to be the hurricane sword technique that Chu Mu knew of. Zhang Feiqing was the first opponent that Chu Mu defeated because he cultivated the wind element sword art. Regarding the wind element sword art, Chu Mu must be more familiar with it than the others. It would naturally be easier for him to deal with Zhang Feiqing. Suddenly, Zhang Feiqing moved. He pulled out his sword and slashed out 2 sword qi that contained the wind mentality. One slashed towards Zhuang Lai on his left, and the other slashed towards Fei Yuanhao on his right. Zhang Feiqing was like a fuse. As soon as he pulled out his sword, the other people also pulled out their swords and slashed out sword qi one after another. Suddenly, the entire battle arena was filled with sword qi of different colors that emitted different auras, crisscrossing. Chu Mu also tried to integrate a trace of the tearing mentality into the Tianyuan sword qi and slashed out. In an instant, it collided with a sword qi and directly shattered that sword qi. After the collision, Chu Mu had consumed more than half of his sword qi and half of the tearing mentality attached to it. However, it was still very powerful and slashed towards Zhang Feiqing, which made Zhang Feiqing's expression change. They had all seen Chu Mu's last battle and knew that Chu Mu's mentality was very powerful. They were all very vigilant. It is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, my tearing mentality is only at 25%. Although it is powerful, it is still too little. After the battle, I will have to take the mind-refining pill to increase my tearing mentality. Chu Mu said to himself as he mobilized the tearing mentality. He performed the sweeping wind shadow and rushed towards Zhang Feiqing. He thrust out his sword and performed the first move of the shocking wind sword art. Shocking wind movement. A wind blew and whistled. It condensed into a sword and slashed towards Zhang Feiqing in an instant, which made Zhang Feiqing jump in fright. The power of this sword was not only out of Zhang Feiqing's expectation, but it was also out of Chu Mu's expectation. The tearing mentality could actually be applied to the shocking wind sword art. Perhaps because the tearing mentality was formed by the tearing mentality absorbing part of the wind mentality. It had some characteristics of the wind mentality. It was somewhat similar to a mutated mentality of the wind mentality. Although the tearing mentality was only at 25%, it had the strength of 55% of the wind mentality. There was no hindrance in performing the shocking wind sword art. The shocking wind movement sword was equivalent to the activation of 55% of the wind mentality. It also had a sharpness that was even more terrifying than the metal mentality. Zhang Feiqing felt that the air in front of him was directly torn apart. Even his protective sword qi could not resist that sharpness. Performing his movement skill, Zhang Feiqing's figure flashed and 3 phantoms appeared. The 2 phantoms were instantly torn apart by the shocking wind movement sword. Zhang Feiqing's real body was also slightly affected. His protective sword qi was as weak as tofu and was directly torn apart. Otherwise, if he had dodged in time, this sword would have severely injured him and eliminated him. With lingering fear, Zhang Feiqing was in awe of Chumu. He did not fight back at all. Instead, he performed his movement skill again and quickly rushed towards the others. At the same time, Fei Yuanhe performed his ancient sword art, the endless flow. It was like the water of a river rushing towards Chumu. The 55% of the water mentality was integrated into it, which made this sword move continuous and contained a flexible power. The endless flow sword pierced towards Chumu. Chumu turned around and performed a shocking wind movement sword move. The shocking wind movement under the tearing mentality was extremely powerful. That horrifying wind condensed into a sword and was extremely violent. It tore apart the endless flow sword and slashed towards Fei Yuanhe. Fei Yuanhe was shocked. He hurriedly changed his sword movement. The ancient sword art's torrential current was like an intense stream rushing around his body. Layers of waves formed an extremely good defense. After tearing apart the torrential current, Chumu had already used up all of his power. He shook his wrist and performed the shocking wind movement. Fei Yuanhe did not have enough time to change his attack. He was immediately hit by Chumu's sword. His protective sword qi was torn apart. Under that horrifying power, his whole body was blown away. He bumped into the seal and created many ripples. There was an obvious wound on his chest with blood gushing out. A strand of Heaven Yuan sword qi with a trace of the tearing mentality crazily drilled into Fei Yuanhe's body. Fei Yuanhe's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly admitted defeat. He knew that if he did not expel this horrifying mentality power as soon as possible, he would be severely injured. As for that strand of sword qi, although it was powerful, he did not care about it. Someone admitted defeat. 1 eliminated. There are 4 left. Chumu is so powerful. 1 sword move and he eliminated 1. With a few more sword moves, he would eliminate all of them and become the final winner. It's not that simple. Fang Zhen's earth element ancient sword art was very powerful and had its own unique defense. Although Zhuang Lai's mentality was more profound than Fang Zhen's, he was still unable to break through Fang Zhen's defense after a few sword attacks. Zhang Feiqing arrived. He performed the hurricane sword art's hurricane roar, which created a horrifying roar. It was like a tornado that rolled towards Zhuang Lai. Zhuang Lai hurriedly performed the volcano sword art's magma eruption to counterattack, shattering the hurricane roar. Fang Zhen took the opportunity to switch from defense to offense. He performed the Iron Cliff sword art's Iron Cliff break, which was like a meteor flying towards Fang Zhen. Chumu arrived. His shocking wind movement attacked Fang Zhen with his shocking wind movement. It was a chaotic battle. A true chaotic battle. One attacking the other. Only Chumu was not attacked. Zhuang Lai's expression changed drastically. He did not counterattack. Instead, he hurriedly performed his movement art, exploding with a horrifying power as he retreated like a comet. Fang Zhen lost his target and was attacked by Chu Mu. He hurriedly switched from offense to defense. He performed the Iron Cliff sword arts, Iron Cliff Immovable, to block Chu Mu's shocking wind movement. The ripping mentality was extremely horrifying. It actually tore the Iron Cliff Immovable in half, which shocked Fang Zhen greatly. Zhang Feiqing took the opportunity and slashed out his sword. 3 streams of wind sword qi, containing the wind mentality, flew towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu swung his sword and shattered all 3 streams of sword qi. The tip of his sword trembled, and a thin stream of sky, origin sword qi, containing the ripping mentality, shot towards Zhang Feiqing. Zhang Feiqing did not have the time to dodge. He hurriedly used his sword to block. Under the horrifying vibration, the Xiantian sword qi on his sword dissipated. His whole body was blown back, and his upper rank sword almost flew out of his hand. This Chu Mu's mentality is too horrifying. Let's work together. Zhang Feiqing hurriedly transmitted his sword qi to Zhuanglai and then to Fang Zhen. All right, let's work together and defeat Chu Mu first. Then we'll decide who's better. Fang Zhen agreed without thinking. Chu Mu's attack power was too strong. Even his Iron Cliff Immovable was almost torn apart. Zhuanglai thought for a moment and also agreed. He felt that this would be more beneficial for him. The 3 of them formed a temporary alliance in the dark, and Chu Mu did not even know that they had formed a temporary alliance. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 298. Zhuanglai, Fang Zhen, and Zhang Feiqing had reached a consensus through their sword qi, forming a temporary alliance to deal with Chu Mu. Shu. The 3 of them split into 3 groups, facing Chu Mu from the left, the middle, and the right. What is going on with the 3 of them? The students were all shocked. They are not attacking each other. Are they planning to eliminate Chu Mu first? Seems like it. If it were me, I would have done the same. Chu Mu's attack is too powerful. Chu Mu's eyelids twitched slightly as a sharp light shot out from his pupils. Since you want to team up against me, then I will defeat all 3 of you. He jumped up and waved his sword in the air. The Heaven Yuan sword qi was like a line between the sky and the water. It contained a trace of ripping poetic perspective, tearing the air in front of him apart without any resistance. It was even faster than the wind poetic perspective as it attacked the 3. The 3 of them already knew that Chu Mu's poetic perspective was extremely powerful, and they also knew that Chu Mu's attack was extremely powerful. Facing this 10-meter-long sword qi, their faces turned serious as they released their own sword qi to counterattack. 1 against 3, they canceled each other out. Chu Mu's realm is truly too terrifying. The spectators all felt their hair stand on end. It is indeed powerful, but 1 against 3, I am afraid it will not be enough. The 3 of them are all very powerful. Indeed, perhaps 1 against 1. Chu Mu might be able to beat them, but 1 against 2, it would be too difficult. 1 against 3, Chu Mu will lose for sure. Chu Mu landed on the ground as he waved his wind cutter, sword upwards. Another Heaven Yuan, sword qi, tore through the air and attacked. This sword qi attacked towards Fang Zhen on the right. Fang Zhen's expression changed slightly as he had to stop and operate the poetic perspective of Earth, mixed with his innate sword qi to defend against the sword qi. Zhuanglai and Zhang Feiqing rushed towards Chu Mu together, pointing their long swords at him as they performed their ancient sword arts. Chu Mu's toes tapped on the ground at an extremely high frequency, making his speed extremely fast, like a flash of light. He performed a sword attack towards Zhang Feiqing. Originally, the power of the shocking wind sword art would not be so strong. However, with the support of the tearing concept, it became extremely terrifying. The The wind convulsion sword art was one level higher than the hurricane sword art. Moreover, Chu Mu had already mastered the wind convulsion sword art to perfection. Zhang Feiqing's expression changed drastically. Zhuang Lai's speed suddenly increased. His sword was like an erupting volcano, incomparably ferocious. It produced a rumbling sound that made people's hearts tremble. All of a sudden, a sword appeared in Chu Mu's left hand. Using the same move, he thrust his sword at Zhuang Lai. Using two swords at the same time to perform the same sword move. The elders and students of the various academies couldn't remain calm anymore. One by one, they stood up. If Chu Mu's ability to use two swords to attack at the same time, and each strike was fast, accurate, and steady, they were already extremely shocked. Now, Chu Mu's ability to use two swords at the same time to use the same sword move was no longer a question of shock. It had exceeded their expectations. It was like a person holding a pen in each hand and trying to draw the same circle on a piece of paper at the same time. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible. As the person involved, Zhuang Lai was also shocked. The four ancient sword arts collided. The terrifying wind convulsion sword art had the power of the tearing concept. It directly tore the opponent's concept apart and killed him with one sword attack. With the sword attack broken, Zhuang Lai and Zhang Feiqing took advantage of the moment when Chu Mu's wind convulsion sword art was greatly weakened. They hurriedly performed their movement arts and retreated. Meanwhile, Feng Zhen finally blocked Chu Mu's sword chi. His whole body suddenly jumped up high, reaching 5 meters in the air before diving down. He thrust his sword forward. The mentality of earth condensed, and the iron cliff sword art was performed. His whole body was wrapped in the earth element, innate sword chi, and the mentality of earth. He turned into a huge yellow ball, falling down like a meteorite. Chu Mu turned around. His two swords crossed and slashed out. The cross-shaped Heaven Yuan sword chi carried the power of the tearing concept and rushed into the sky, as if it wanted to leave a cross-shaped sword mark in the sky. The cross-shaped Heaven Yuan sword chi was shattered instantly, and the tearing concept only lasted for less than a breath of time. Feng Zhen's body slightly paused in the air. A part of his earth mentality was torn apart, and the iron cliff sword art's power was weakened. He performed the phantom steps, and 11 phantoms appeared one after another, making it impossible for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Feng Zhen's sword landed on the ground, and the horrifying power caused the whole arena to shake violently. Countless ripples spread out in all directions. The ground of the sword battle arena was also protected by a seal that could withstand attacks from Chi-Hai warriors. Although Feng Zhen's earth-shattering Iron Cliff was the most powerful attack of the Iron Cliff sword art, its power was not at the level of a Chi-Hai warrior. Chu Mu's body flashed, and out of the 11 phantoms, 5 rushed towards Zhang Feiqing, 5 rushed toward Zhuang Lai, and 1 appeared behind Chu Mu. The 10 phantoms were all destroyed by Zhuang Lai and Zhang Feiqing, but they did not feel proud at all. Instead, they felt their hearts skip a beat, and they had a bad feeling about this. Feng Zhen was horrified. Speed was not his strong point, and it was hard for him to dodge. He hurried to use all of his earth mentality and earth element innate sword chi to cover his whole body. The power of the mentality could not only be used to increase one's attacking power, it could also be used to increase one's defense. He did not hold back his 25% tearing concept. It was the shocking wind sword art. The violent wind was condensed into a sword, and it was extremely sharp. With one sword attack, it directly clashed with Feng Zhen's earth mentality and earth element innate sword chi. All of a sudden, Feng Zhen's defense was torn apart, and he performed his sword attack as well. It was the Iron Cliff sword art's Iron Cliff immovable. His whole body was like an iron cliff, and he held his sword with both of his hands to block Chu Mu's fierce windstorm. Zhuang Lai and Zhang Feiqing rushed over and attacked Chu Mu with their swords. Penetrate! Chu Mu lifted his eyelids, and his wrist slightly shook. A strange power exploded from the wind-slashing sword and went straight to the tip of the sword. It ignored Fang Zhen's sword and went straight through and landed on Fang Zhen's chest. Fang Zhen groaned, and his expression changed. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body lost all of its strength. Chu Mu's other sword attack was coming towards him. Fang Zhen was powerless to defend against this attack, and Chu Mu's sword attack landed on Fang Zhen's chest, and he was blown away. Chu Mu had used the Zhen Tian force for this attack, although it was not injured on the surface. Fang Zhen was injured internally, and he had lost all of his battle power. Zhuang Lai and Zheng Feiqing's swords arrived at the same time. Chu Mu used phantom steps again, and 11 phantoms interchanged. Chu Mu's real body appeared behind Zheng Feiqing. Zheng Feiqing immediately felt his blood run cold, and he hastily turned around to unleash a sword aura that violently slashed out. The horrifying sword qi exploded like a tornado, and it was extremely powerful. The wind-slashing sword attacked in the air, and everything was torn apart, unable to defend against it. Volcanic ashes. Zhuang Lai's expression changed drastically, and his 50% fire mentality gushed out like a volcano. This sword attack was the most powerful attack of the volcano sword art. Boom! Boom! Zhuang Lai's sword attack was like a volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of years, and its horrifying power turned everything around it into ashes. The sharp gold sword attacked with the fierce windstorm. Zheng Feiqing seized the opportunity to perform the hurricane sword art's hurricane destruction. The spectating students were all shocked, and they clenched their fists in excitement. Fang Zhen had been defeated, and only Zhuang Lai and Zheng Feiqing were left to fight against Chu Mu. Would Chu Mu be defeated by them, or would Chu Mu defeat them both? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the 2 judges who had seen countless battles were filled with anticipation at this moment. The Phantom Steps was performed again, and Zhuang Lai and Zheng Feiqing could not tell if Chu Mu was real or fake. Both of their sword attacks missed, and each of them defeated a few phantoms. From the side, the Sky Origin Sword Qi, which carried the power of tearing, spread out like a line between the sky and the water. Zhuang Lai and Zheng Feiqing did not take a head-on, and they performed their movement skills to dodge again. Zhuang Lai's movement skill was like his sword art, full of explosive power. Boom! Boom! His whole body shot up into the sky, and his speed was extremely fast like a cannonball. On the other hand, Zheng Feiqing's movement skill was like a hurricane, and with a boom he turned into a tornado and rolled to the side. Chu Mu appeared below Zhuang Lai, and he looked up into the sky. His sword was like a dragon coming out of the abyss, and the horrifying power of tearing attacked, tearing the air apart. Zhuang Lai's expression changed drastically as he had no way to dodge. Secret art. In desperation, Zhuang Lai did not have the time to hold back. His 5 fingers on his left hand moved quickly, forming a strange hand sign. The fire sword qi around his body vibrated continuously, and waves of lava flowed out like a volcano. Fire sky dance. The fire sword qi around Zhuang Lai's body flowed like lava and gathered behind his back. All of a sudden, a pair of fiery red wings opened up. The fiery red wings looked like 2 wing-shaped flames, and there were countless ribbon-like threads on the edges. Flapping the wings, Zhuang Lai's whole body flew forward quickly, avoiding Chu Mu's sword attack from below. It's a secret art. Chu Mu was slightly shocked. His wind-cutting sword had missed, but he reacted quickly. The sharp gold sword sliced through the air, and the Sky Yuan sword qi sliced out again, chasing after Zhuang Lai. Hurricane sword art, hurricane dragon dance. On the ground, Zheng Feiqing's sword attack made the hurricane dance like a dragon. This attack was not powerful, but it was perfect for attacking targets in midair. Once it hit, It could trap the target and make him unable to control himself in the hurricane, which would make it easier for him to perform the next attack. Cut! Chu Mu raised his sword in the air and slashed down vertically. The 25% power of tearing mentality was infused into the Sky Yuan sword chi, immediately cutting the hurricane in half. The sharp gold sword pierced out, and the Sky Yuan sword chi carried a trace of tearing mentality, creating a finger-sized hole in the air, and went straight for Zhang Feiqing. Dang! Zhang Feiqing's sword blocked Chu Mu's attack, but the Sky Yuan sword chi and the wind mentality on the sword dissipated instantly. Under the huge power, Zhang Feiqing's whole body flew back. In midair, Chu Mu swung his two swords back, and like a pair of wings, he dove down like an eagle hunting its prey. His target was Zhang Feiqing. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 299. Wind Shock Sword Art, Wind Fury. It was the first time Chu Mu had used the Wind Fury. Although it was only at the minor completion level, it was much more powerful than Deshang's Ardent Wind. Under this sword strike, the wind was enraged. It let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire arena. Zhang Feiqing instantly felt as if he was facing a natural storm, a storm that could destroy everything. His face turned deathly pale. He felt that his Hurricane Sword Technique's final move, Hurricane Destruction, paled in comparison to the windstorm's fury before him. Moreover, he could feel that there was a terrifying sharpness in this angry storm. This sharpness was even more terrifying than the sharpness of the metal mentality. It made him feel like he was about to face destruction. Zhang Feiqing felt that no matter if he tried to dodge or defend, it would not work. In front of this terrifying storm, there was only destruction. Stop, I admit defeat, Zhang Feiqing shouted. He could not care less. Otherwise, if he was hit, he would most likely be severely injured, even if he did not die. It would take a lot of time for him to recover. It was not worth it. Zhang Feiqing's voice was very loud, and it fell into Chu Mu's ears. However, the Wind Fury had already been used. It was only at the minor completion level, and Chu Mu could not control it as he wished. He could only shake his Wind Cutter sword and change its direction. The sword attack flew past Zhang Feiqing's side. The terrifying storm was like a cone that tore through the air. The sword attack landed on the seal not far away. The seal trembled, and countless ripples spread out. It was very powerful, and it made people worry that the seal would break in the next breath. Fortunately, the seal was very powerful. After 3 breaths, the power of the Wind Fury had been used up, but the seal was not broken. The power and concept of this sword strike has reached the limit of the Qi transformation realm. The other judge nodded and replied, "That's right." Moreover, this move is obviously not at the great accomplishment stage. His concept of variation is also not at the small accomplishment stage. Once this move is cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, and his concept of variation is also not at the small accomplishment stage. Once this move is cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, and his concept of variation is also at the small accomplishment stage, then when combined, he will truly reach the limit of the Qi transformation stage and be able to threaten a sea of Qi realm sword artist. What a terrifying guy. When I was his age, I was only at the small success stage of Qi transformation, not to mention the king of sword arts or the bronze sword ranking. Chu Mu did not know that the 2 referees were muttering in their hearts. The prowess of the Fury of the Wind was too strong. Even though it brushed past Zhang Feiqing's body, it still instantly tore through his protective sword qis. Zhang Feiqing's entire body was blown away, and half of his body was completely numb. He was shocked and angry, but he did not lose his temper. He knew that the sword strike could have directly attacked him. Even if it killed him, Chu Mu would not be punished. After a while, half of his body gradually regained consciousness, but he still felt a little bit of pain. Zhang Feiqing had already admitted defeat and walked down from the battle arena. Only Chu Mu and Zhuang Lai were left on the battle arena. Chu Mu has exceeded my expectations again. Yes, he has created another miracle. He actually defeated 2 of them in a 1 versus 3 situation. I don't think this is a miracle, but strength. It shows that Chu Mu's strength is actually very strong. Now, as long as he defeats Zhuang Lai, he will be the final winner and enter the bronze sword ranking. At this time, the students' thoughts changed again. They all thought that Chu Mu could defeat Zhuang Lai. Zhuang Lai had a pair of fiery red wings on his back. They flapped slightly, allowing him to stay in the air and not fall to the ground. As a result, he had the advantage in the air. However, Chu Mu did not have this ability. A Qi Transformation Realm swordsman could only use movement techniques, but could not fly in the air. Zhuang Lai did not attack again. He was very afraid of Chu Mu's strength. The 3 of them together had been defeated by Chu Mu 1 by 1. He was the only one left. I have the advantage in the air. As long as I seize the opportunity to use my sword aura, I can definitely defeat Chu Mu, Zhuang Lai thought to himself. By now, he had understood that Chu Mu's sword qi cultivation was not as good as his, but the power of his artistic conception was better than his. The purity of his sword qi was not inferior to his, and the power of the ancient sword arts he had cultivated was even stronger than his. Therefore, Zhuang Lai's only advantage was in the air. He used the secret art fire dance in the sky to fly quickly in the air. Flapping his fiery red wings, Zhuang Lai's speed was extremely fast. He flew from one side to the other in an instant. When he flew over Chu Mu, he waved his fiery red upper rank sword qi continuously. Streaks of fire elemental Xiantian sword qi containing the artistic conception of fire covered the sky and earth. However, his attacks all missed. Puchi, Puchi sounds rang out. It was the sound of sword qi colliding with the seal on the ground. Chu Mu dodged and did not fight back. Instead, he was carefully observing Zhuang Lai's movements. Zhuang Lai did have the advantage in the air, and his speed was extremely fast. It was very difficult to catch him in a short time. After a few attacks, Zhuang Lai found that Chu Mu only dodged and did not fight back. He started to think that maybe Chu Mu could not fight back. Otherwise, he would have already made a move. Even so, Zhuang Lai still did not dare to underestimate Chu Mu. The power of Chu Mu's attacks still scared him. Attacking again and again, Zhuang Lai used his advantage in the air. Gradually, he felt that he had figured out Chu Mu's dodging pattern. Next time, I will defeat him directly, Zhuang Lai thought to himself. The fiery red wings on his back flashed again. With a swoosh, Zhuang Lai rushed towards Chu Mu at an extremely fast speed. Dozens of fiery red sword qi covered the sky and earth. They were densely packed like a storm, but also filled with the horrifying power of a volcano. Just like before, when Chu Mu dodged quickly, Zhuang Lai's body flashed in the air. Suddenly, 5 clones appeared, and it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Zhuang Lai's 5 clones intertwined, making it even harder to tell which one was the real one. However, a light flashed in Chu Mu's eyes. He glanced over and did not say anything. The movement technique Zhuang Lai used was still a bit lacking compared to Chu Mu's Phantom Steps 11 illusions. It wasn't enough to confuse Chu Mu. Zhuang Lai did not know that Chu Mu had already seen through him. Good chance. A red light flashed in Zhuang Lai's eyes. A horrifying aura surged out of his body. It was like a sword mountain was descending. This sword mountain looked like it was being burned by a raging fire. A sword appeared in the sky, like a meteor breaking the moon. This sword was Zhuang Lai's sword aura attack. It was extremely ferocious and had an extremely tyrannical explosive power. I have been waiting for you. Chu Mu lifted his eyelids. He did not dodge. Instead, he threw out a sword attack. A powerful aura surged out of his body. It was like a sword mountain descending, filled with a horrifying sharpness. Prison-breaking sword. Zhuang Lai suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but think of the sword aura attack between Chu Mu and Lu Wenjin. In the end, Chu Mu won. All of a sudden, Zhuang Lai lost confidence in his sword aura attack. Sword aura was the manifestation of one's understanding of the sword combined with one's spirit and will. Once one's confidence was lacking, their spirit and will would be shaken. Once it was not enough, the power of the sword aura would decrease drastically. Zhuang Lai also felt his sword aura wavering in an instant. He immediately focused his mind and condensed his sword aura once again. The sword aura clashed and a horrifying sound exploded. Countless shock waves bombarded the air, forming countless ripples. Chu Mu's body trembled slightly. He felt a huge force coming at him. It was even more powerful than Lu Wenjin's sword aura attack. Meanwhile, Zhuang Lai flew up into the sky, reaching a height of dozens of meters in an instant. Zhuang Lai felt his blood and qi churning. His body only gradually calmed down after reaching a height of dozens of meters. What a horrifying sword aura! No wonder Lu Wenjin was defeated in one sword attack. However, letting me reach a height of dozens of meters is your biggest mistake. Zhuang Lai's eyes lit up. Just think about it. How horrifying would it be to perform fire dance in the sky from a height of dozens of meters? How much would the power of the volcano sword art's most powerful sword move be increased at such a speed? With a swoosh, the fiery red wings on Zhuang Lai's back suddenly expanded by 30%. With a powerful flap, his entire body seemed to have turned into a meteorite. His aura was so powerful that the students who were watching from afar were shocked. Sky-splitting sword strike. With a low shout, Chu Mu's sword suddenly slashed up into the sky and pierced out. A dark golden luster flashed on the sword. The heaven origin sword chi surged and merged with the 25% tearing mentality. Everyone could only see a dark red, finger-thick sword light piercing through the sky and shooting straight towards Zhuang Lai at lightning speed. This sword was too fast. The most powerful sword move of the volcano sword art that Zhuang Lai had just performed was shattered by this sword. The weakened, dark golden sword light hit the sword in Zhuang Lai's hand. Under the horrifying power, Zhuang Lai could not hold the sword and it flew out of his hand. Zhuang Lai's protective sword qi was torn apart. His body felt like it was pierced by countless needles. He twitched in pain and the fiery red wings on his back disappeared. He fell to the ground. Everyone cried out in shock. Falling from a height of dozens of meters without any protection, even a qi transformation realm swordsman would not be able to withstand it. He might even die from the fall. A figure flashed and Zhuang Lai was caught by a judge. He was lucky to survive. With a pale face, Zhuang Lai still had lingering fear. He could only feel the soreness in his palm. "You won," Zhuang Lai said to Chu Mu. He did not expect to be defeated by Chu Mu when he had the upper hand. Chu Mu won. I knew it. He would definitely win. Supernova. Chu Mu is not only a supernova in swordsmanship, but also in general. He is on the bronze sword ranking. He will get more resources in the future. From now on, Chu Mu will soar into the sky. Chu Mu has only been an inner house student for less than a year, but he is already on the bronze sword ranking. The discussions of the students immediately caused the other nominees to be dumbfounded. Soon after, their faces turned gloomy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 300. The Bronze Sword List nomination competition has ended. The final winner is the King of Sword, Chu Mu, the referee announced. Coupled with the title of King of Sword, this sentence sounded even more imposing and shocking. With the referee's announcement, the competition was over. The students and other defeated nominees left one after another. In the end, only Chu Mu and the two referees were left in the arena. Congratulations, Chu Mu. You have won. Now, you are ranked 100th on the bronze sword list, the referee standing on the left said with a smile. At your age, our cultivation is only at the initial success of chi transformation. We have no fate with the bronze sword list, the referee on the right said with a smile. You are flattering me, Mr. Referee. Chu Mu smiled and cupped his hands in respect. I think with your strength, you should not be ranked 100th on the bronze sword list. But whether you want to continue the challenge is up to you. The referee on the left continued. Since you are on the bronze sword list, I will tell you the benefits of being on the bronze sword list. Chu Mu looked like he was all ears. There are 3 benefits for being on the bronze sword list. First, according to the ranking, you can receive extra credits and low-grade spirit stones every month. According to the ranking, the 100th place can receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 credits every month, and so on. The 99th place can receive 20 low-grade spirit stones and 2,000 credits. The referee continued. Second, students on the bronze sword list will receive a 30% discount when they go to the Scripture Tower, Sword Tool Pavilion, Elixir Pavilion, and so on. That is to say, if you originally need 100,000 credits, you will only need 70,000. Discount. Chu Mu was slightly stunned. He felt as if he was doing some sort of discount. The third benefit is the Sword Comprehension Room. Sword Comprehension Room? Chu Mu did not understand. When you were in the Outer Palace, you entered the Cultivation Holy Land, right? The referee on the right asked with a smile. Yes. Chu Mu nodded. The effect of the Cultivation Holy Land was amazing. What made him feel regretful was that there was no Cultivation Holy Land in the Inner Mansion, so he couldn't quickly increase his Intent Realm. The Sword Comprehension Room is similar to a Cultivation Holy Land. Of course, the effect is not as obvious as a Cultivation Holy Land. It only has about 20% of a Cultivation Holy Land. But don't underestimate this 20%. The Cultivation Holy Land of the Outer Mansion was aimed at concepts below small success. But the Sword Comprehension Room was not only effective for concepts below small success, but it was also effective for concepts at small success. The limit was Deshang's concept. It's extremely difficult to form a cultivation sacred land. It took many years for our Sword Mansion's Outer Mansion to be able to form a cultivation sacred land. Although the effect of the Sword Comprehension Room is far less than that of the Cultivation Holy Land, it is still more helpful than comprehending outside. Moreover, it is more comprehensive. No matter what kind of intent realm it is, it can speed up the comprehension, even if it is comprehending martial arts or sword arts. After the explanation, Chu Mu understood the so-called Sword Comprehension Room. The Cultivation Holy Land was good, but it could only target a corresponding intent realm, and it could only be below small success. The effect of the Sword Comprehension Room was not as good as that of the Cultivation Holy Land, but it was much better than outside. Moreover, the limit was below Deshang's level. It did not target any intent realm, and even martial arts and sword arts could be used to battle. For Chu Mu, this was good news, because his tearing intent realm was a rare high-end variant intent realm. The difficulty of comprehending such an intent realm could be imagined. It would probably be slower than the gold intent realm. The appearance of the Sword Comprehension Room was equivalent to giving Chu Mu a small cheat for comprehending intent realm. Of course, this cheat belonged to the public. At least the students on the bronze sword ranking were qualified to use it. Chu Mu could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that once one was on the bronze sword ranking, it was rare to hear of someone being defeated because of a challenge. With the support of these benefits, if one could not improve faster than others, if one was not a pig, it could only mean that the others were too terrifying. By the way, Mr. Referee, What are the restrictions for using the Sword Comprehension Room? Chu Mu suddenly asked. Although it was a benefit, it should be very difficult to build a place like the Sword Comprehension Room. It could not be provided for free. There are only 10 Sword Comprehension Rooms in total, because the resources needed to build one are too much. The referee smiled and said, therefore, to use the Sword Comprehension Room, not only do you need to spend credits, but you also need to bring your own spirit stones. How is it calculated? Chu Mu was already interested in the Sword Comprehension Room, so he immediately asked. The usage of the Sword Comprehension Room is calculated according to the hours. Every hour costs 10,000 credits and 100 low-grade spirit stones. These 10,000 credits and 100 low-grade spirit stones must be given to the elders of the Sword Comprehension Room in advance, the referee explained. Chu Mu nodded. The two referees saw that Chu Mu had amazing potential. As long as he did not die, his future achievements would be limitless. Therefore, the two of them tried their best to leave a good impression on Chu Mu and befriend Chu Mu. To them, this was not a loss. On the contrary, it was a great benefit. Perhaps in the future, they would need to rely on Chu Mu. By the way, may I ask Chu Mu, what is your cultivation talent? The referee on the right suddenly asked, as if he had suddenly thought of something. 7th grade, Chu Mu replied. This was not a secret. It could be found with a simple search. 7th grade. The two referees were shocked, and then a trace of sadness flashed through their eyes. I don't know if Chu Mu has heard of the phrase, talent determines one's achievements. Chu Mu shook his head. That's true. Ordinary books would not record this. But since you're talking about it, I'll explain it to you. The referee sighed, seemingly regretful. The phrase, talent determines one's achievements, refers to the level of one's cultivation talent. In the end, the level of one's sword chi cultivation is determined by the level of one's cultivation talent. Since ancient times, cultivation talent has been divided into 10 grades. The 10 grades represent one's potential. The first grade is the highest, and the 10th grade is the lowest. The higher one's cultivation talent, the faster one can absorb spirit chi and transform it into sword chi, and the faster one's cultivation will increase. On the other hand, the lower one's cultivation talent, the slower it will be. Chu Mu listened carefully. Although he already knew this, he still felt that it was not so simple. The most important point is that the higher one's cultivation talent, the higher one's cultivation realm will be in the future. Let me give you an example. For example, a swordsman with a 10th grade cultivation talent can only reach half step into the chi transformation realm without any fortuitous encounters. That is the limit. It is extremely difficult for him to break through to the chi transformation realm. As for a swordsman with a 9th grade cultivation talent, not only can he reach half step into the chi transformation realm in a short period of time, he also has a high chance of breaking through to the chi transformation realm and reaching the chi transformation realm. The upper limit of an 8th grade cultivation talent is the chi high realm. In other words, Chu Mu, the upper limit of your 7th grade cultivation talent is the 9th revolution realm. As they spoke, the two referees looked at Chu Mu with eyes full of pity. Such a monster was actually limited by his cultivation talent? Chu Mu was also somewhat stunned. But you don't have to worry. Cultivation talent does not determine one's achievements 100%. Since ancient times, there have been some people who have broken this saying. As if comforting Chu Mu, the referee hurriedly added, moreover, you are still only in the chi transformation realm. Above the chi transformation realm is the chi high realm and the 9th revolution realm. If you want to train to the peak of the 9th revolution realm, you still need a long time. Therefore, you have enough time to find treasures that can increase your cultivation talent and increase your potential again. Chu Mu regained his senses and opened his eyes once again. He thought to himself that if he did not enter the empty realm of Qinglan and obtain the Qinglan holy fruit and increase his cultivation talent from the 9th grade to the 7th grade, Wouldn't it mean that he could only cultivate to the chi transformation realm? The referees are right. I still have enough time to look for treasures that can increase my cultivation talent. Chumu said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not disheartened by what the referees said. Good. You need to have this kind of confidence. With this kind of confidence, I believe that even if your cultivation talent cannot be increased, you can still break through the 9th revolution realm and reach the origin realm. The referee shouted. The ancient sword continent is huge. When you become stronger, you can go out and travel. At that time, you might be lucky enough to find treasures that can increase your cultivation talent, the other referee said. Chu Mu sincerely saluted the 2 referees with his sword. Although he knew that his cultivation talent of the 7th grade would limit his cultivation in the future, Chu Mu still broadened his horizons and increased his knowledge, allowing him to prepare in advance. Oh, right. Take out your identity, sword token. The referee on the left changed the topic. After taking Chu Mu's identity sword token, he checked it and returned it to Chu Mu. Chu Mu checked it and found that there was one more piece of information about him. Bronze Sword Leaderboard 100th. Then the 3 of them casually chatted for a while before Chu Mu said goodbye to the 2 referees. What a pity. The heavens are blind. Such a monster only has a 7th grade cultivation talent. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of him? Although there are treasures in this world that can increase one's cultivation talent, there are too few of them. Moreover, treasures are usually guarded by powerful demonic beasts. It is extremely difficult to obtain them. Everything will depend on his own fortune. Even in our sword mansion, we don't have such a treasure. The 2 referees sighed. The reason why they did not say these words in front of Chu Mu was because they were afraid of hurting Chu Mu. They wanted to give Chu Mu some hope, although there had been people who had broken through the limits of their cultivation talent. They had only broken through one limit. For example, if a person with a 7th grade cultivation talent cultivated to the origin realm, the price would be the overdraft of their potential, which would affect their life force and greatly reduce their lifespan. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher realm, there was only one way, to increase one's cultivation talent. That was equivalent to increasing one's own potential. They did not know if this monster of a Chu Mu could increase his cultivation talent in the end. However, there was nothing they could do to help. Everything would depend on himself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 301. Talent determines one's achievements. As he returned to Astral Nine's Earth Sword Tower, Chu Mu thought about what the 2 judges had said. The so-called cultivation talent is related to the potential of the body. The higher the potential, the stronger the cultivation talent. The potential of my body is relatively ordinary. Chu Mu thought to himself, however, my cultivation speed doesn't fall behind others at all. Even those with higher cultivation talent than me may not be able to surpass me in terms of cultivation talent. After the Chi transformation realm is the Chi high realm, and after the Chi high realm is the 9th transformation realm. Even if the limit of a level 7 talent is the 9th transformation realm, it will still take me a few years or even decades to reach the 9th transformation realm. Whatever, I'll wait until I reach the Chi high realm before I travel. As the saying went, talent determines one's achievements. It did not affect Chu Mu's state of mind and made him lose his composure. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit and made him even more determined. At this time, the news of Chu Mu's 100th place on the Bronze Sword Leaderboard had spread. On his way back to the Sword Tower, Chu Mu was the center of attention. Damn you! Zhu Tianzhao was furious and smashed a table. Ever since he was defeated by Chu Mu in the Sword King competition, Zhu Tianzhao hated Chu Mu. Now that he heard that Chu Mu was on the Bronze Sword Leaderboard, he was very unhappy. Leader, this guy must be very proud of himself now that he's on the Bronze Sword Leaderboard. Zhao Longquan also hated Chu Mu and fanned the flames. Let him be proud for a while. Zhu Tianzhao's eyes flashed with a hidden ferociousness. Anyone who enters the bronze sword list for the first time will be sent by the Sword Mansion to carry out a mission after a period of time. This mission is compulsory and cannot be refused. When the time comes, Zhao Longquan's eyes lit up and he laughed sinisterly. Sitting on the 3rd floor of the sword tower, Chu Mu took out a jade box from his spatial bracelet. It was the jade box that contained the mind-refining pill. The refining mind pill can speed up the comprehension of concepts. The lower limit is 40% and the upper limit is 70%. However, with the strength of the tearing concept, 25% should be enough to bear the burden of the refining mind pill. Chu Mu considered whether or not he should take the refining mind pill now. No, I won't take the mind refining pill for now. I'll go to the sword comprehension room and try my best to raise the tearing concept. Then, I'll use the sword comprehension room's effect to take the mind refining pill and deepen my comprehension of the tearing concept. After making his decision, Chu Mu put away the mind refining pill. As for the concept of cloud, it had almost been forgotten by Chu Mu at this time, because compared to the ripping concept, the concept of cloud was far too inferior. So it didn't seem that important. I'll rest for a day and head to the sword comprehension room tomorrow. After a day of fighting, Chu Mu could not help but feel tired. After a night's rest, Chu Mu woke up early the next day as usual. The first thing he did was to cultivate the 9 revolutions of Heaven Yuan. After breaking through to the 7th revolution during the competition, Chu Mu's sword qi was already as thick as a normal peak qi transformation realm warrior. In terms of purity, it could even be compared with Lu Wenjian and the others. The 9 revolutions of Heaven Yuan was indeed a high, rank profound level martial skill. It was even more profound than normal high, rank profound level martial skills. Chu Mu believed that once he reached the 9th revolution, his Heaven Yuan sword qi would be much thicker and purer than other sword warriors of the same level. His idea was to cultivate the 9 revolutions of Heaven Yuan to the 9th revolution before breaking through to the Qi High realm. This way, the foundation of the Qi transformation realm would be more solid, and when he broke through to the Qi High realm, his starting point would be even higher. After finishing cultivating the 9 revolutions of Heaven Yuan, Chu Mu practiced his sword arts dozens of times. Then he tidied himself up a little and left the sword tower, heading towards the so-called sword comprehension room. There were only 10 sword comprehension rooms in the inner mansion. Fortunately, only the students on the bronze sword ranking were qualified to use them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to satisfy the 70,000 students in the inner mansion. That would be a bloody fight. The person guarding the sword comprehension room was an elder. His cultivation level could not be seen through. His eyes were closed all the time, as if he was meditating all the time. This elder's expression was very calm. He would not treat anyone differently because of their arrival. The sword comprehension room number 9 is still empty. How many hours do you need? The elder asked indifferently. Although his eyes were closed, Chu Mu had a strange feeling that he was being stared at. For hours, Chu Mu said. He took out his identity, sword token, and handed it over. Then he took out 200 low-grade soul stones from his space bracelet. The elder took Chu Mu's identity sword token and swiped it on a black board next to him like swiping a card. Then he handed it back to Chu Mu. Chu Mu looked at it and found that he had lost 20,000 credits. However, he was now a person with millions of credits. 20,000 credits was nothing. The door of the sword comprehension room, number 9, opened automatically. Chu Mu strode in and entered the sword comprehension room. The sword comprehension room was dark and nothing could be seen. The door closed automatically and a bright light lit up. Chu Mu glanced around and could not find where the light came from. It seemed to be shining from all directions. But this was not the point. The point was that he was here to comprehend. The sword comprehension room was not large. It was only about 10 square meters in size. There were only 4 bare walls in the room. There was only a black futon in the middle of the room. In a flash, Chumu appeared next to the praying mat and sat down. Immediately, a peculiar feeling swept over him. It was as if all the distracting thoughts in his mind had suddenly retreated. His mind naturally became focused without the slightest bit of effort. Chumu also took the initiative to cooperate. In the blink of an eye, he entered an almost ethereal state. The only remaining light in his mind made his consciousness sink into the spiritual world. He locked onto the sword-like, dark golden light. It was the power of the tearing concept. He began to comprehend it. 70% of the tearing concept came from the mutation of the metal concept, and 30% came from the absorption of the wind concept. The wind concept was Chumu's first concept, and the metal concept was Chumu's third. Comprehending the wind concept was not difficult for Chumu. However, comprehending the metal concept was much more difficult. Right now, the metal concept was a few times harder to comprehend than the metal concept. Plus, he had absorbed part of the wind concept, which was almost the second mutation of the tearing concept. The difficulty of comprehending it had increased a lot, making it even more difficult. If he were to comprehend it at a normal speed, from 25% to 30%, Chumu estimated that it would take him at least a year. Plus, he would have to put in a lot of time every day. Even 5% would take him a year. If he wanted to go from 30% to 40%, it would be even more difficult. It might take him at least 3 years. Thinking about this kind of speed, Chumu could not accept it. He believed that he would definitely become a Chi High Realm sword artist in 4 years. At that time, his tearing concept would only be at the small success level. He might be able to surpass some sword artists, but he would not be able to compete with those powerful ones. The tearing concept came from the metal concept and the wind concept. Then, to comprehend it, I would have to start from the metal concept and the wind concept. Chumu thought to himself. After calming down, Chumu started to comprehend the tearing concept with the metal concept as the main focus and the wind concept as the support. He was trying to comprehend both concepts at the same time. Plus, there was the increase after the mutation, which made it even more difficult. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed, but Chumu could not feel any improvement. Sharpness, speed, cutting, and all the other characteristics of the tearing concept appeared in Chumu's mind one by one. The dark gold color in Chumu's mental world started to fly around like a flying sword. Its speed was extremely fast, and it had sharpness that could break through the void. It was frightening. The tearing concept had a terrifying potential. Its power was 30% stronger than the normal concept. Time flowed like water. For hours was not a long time at all, especially when he was trying to comprehend it. All of a sudden, the light in the room disappeared, and the room fell into darkness. The door opened automatically. Chumu's mind seemed to have been touched by an invisible force, and he was pulled out of the mental world. Time's up. Chumu was shocked. He was so immersed in the comprehension that he could not feel the passage of time. He did not expect 4 hours to pass so easily. The effect is indeed several times better than outside, but the tearing concept is too difficult to comprehend. I did not feel anything after 4 hours. Thinking to himself, Chumu walked out of the room and came before the elder again. He took out his identity sword badge and low-grade spirit stones and said, "Elder, I still need 6 more hours. 30,000 credits and 300 low-grade spirit stones," the elder said lightly. After paying, Chumu entered the room again, and the door closed again. When Chumu entered the sword comprehension room for the second time, just as the door closed, a person walked out from another room. It was Fu Shi, who was ranked in the top 10 of the bronze sword ranking. What a familiar back. Fu, she narrowed his eyes and stared at the closed door of the 9th room. His pupils dilated. It's him. Is he on the bronze sword ranking now? She had been in seclusion for the past 2 days, so he only knew about the bronze sword ranking competition. He did not know who the final winner was. It shouldn't be him. A month ago, his sword Qi cultivation was only at the initial success of Qi transformation. She seemed to be comforting himself. He strode toward the elder with a respectful expression. Elder, who was the person who just entered the 9th room? Chu Mu. After 3 breaths of time, the elder indifferently spat out 2 words. Chu Mu. She felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck down in front of him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, causing his hair to stand on end. It really is him. It's actually him. Ever since he was defeated by Chu Mu at the Sword Art King competition, she had been very wary of Chu Mu. Now that he knew that Chu Mu, who was only at the initial success of Qi transformation, was on the bronze sword ranking, even if he was only at the 100th place, who could say for sure that Chu Mu would not rise to the top 10 in a few months? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 302. After entering the sword comprehension room for the first time, Chu Mu spent almost all of his time there. First place in the swordsmanship is the king competition had given Chu Mu 5 million credits, which was enough for him to stay in the sword comprehension room for 500 hours. Although he had given 50,000 of the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to the family head, Chu Mu still had 150,000 left, which was enough for him to stay in the room for 1,500 hours. Even if he used up all of his credits, Chu Mu still had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Chu Mu's tearing concept had finally made a breakthrough, going from 25% to 26%. This 10% improvement made Chu Mu feel that it was not easy. Fortunately, he was in the sword comprehension room. Although it only had 20% of the effects of the cultivation sacred grounds, the sword comprehension room had the same characteristics as the cultivation sacred grounds. The higher one's comprehension ability was, the greater the increase. For someone like Chu Mu, whose comprehension ability could be considered monstrous, 3 days was more than a month's worth of comprehension. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to increase one's comprehension of the tearing concept. After 3 days, Chu Mu had spent 16 hours a day to achieve this result. 16 hours a day, 3 days, 24 hours. I've used up 240,000 credits and 2,400 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Mu walked out of the sword comprehension room and headed towards Astral 9 as he silently calculated. The consumption of low-grade spirit stones is not that high, but the consumption of credits is very fast. I'm afraid that the remaining 4 million credits won't last much longer. It seems like I have to find a way to earn more credits before the 4 million credits are used up. As he pondered, Chu Mu walked and walked. He lifted his head and saw the hidden technique tower a few thousand meters away. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered the competition a few days ago and the fire, dance, vast sky, secret technique Zhuanglai used. Flight, secret technique. Perhaps I should go to the scripture pavilion to take a look at this kind of flight, secret technique. When necessary, the flight, secret technique will be of great use. With this thought in mind, Chu Mu turned around and quickly headed towards the scripture pavilion. Ignoring the first and second floors, Chu Mu went straight to the 3rd floor to search for the secret technique section. After looking around, he found a total of 2 flying-type secret techniques. Shaking his head, Chu Mu wasn't satisfied with these 2 flight-type secret techniques. Although these 2 flight-type secret techniques allowed the user to fly in the sky, their drawbacks were obvious. One was that they weren't fast enough and the other was that they consumed too much energy. Let's take a look at the fourth floor. He went straight to the fourth floor, and without stopping to rest, he went to the secret technique area and quickly searched for it. Dancing fire in the sky. Secret flying technique. Requires a swordsman who cultivates fire elemental innate, sword chi to learn. Can be exchanged for 700,000 credits. Although he already knew that the value of a flight secret technique was higher than other secret techniques, and that the 2 flight secret techniques on the 3rd floor cost 100 to 200,000 academic credits to exchange, the cost of this dancing fire vast sky was simply too high. 700,000. Dancing fire in the sky was indeed very fast. Chu Mu had already seen this from Zhuanglai. Unfortunately, dancing fire in the sky required a swordsman who cultivated fire elemental innate, sword chi. Chu Mu clearly wasn't suitable. He gave up and searched for other flight, secret techniques. As he searched, Chu Mu found a total of 3 flight secret techniques, including dancing fire in the sky. Aside from dancing fire in the sky, the other 2 required 800,000 academic credits, while the other required 1 million academic credits. The higher the number of credits needed to be exchanged, the better the flying secret technique was. However, the 800,000 credit flying secret technique would affect a person's temperament to a certain extent. This was something Chu Mu didn't want to do. As for the 1 million academic credits flight secret technique, it was said to have a total of 5 levels. However, only the first 3 levels were here. Just the first 3 levels are worth 1 million academic credits. This flight secret technique is really terrifying. I'll choose this one, even if I don't have the luck to find the last 2 levels. Just the fact that the first 3 levels are worth more than the other 2 is enough to show that it's stronger than the other 2. Chu Mu thought to himself and quickly took out his identity sword token. This time there was no Qi Xiaofan to compete with him, like last time in the sword tool pavilion. Pressing the identity sword token on the seal, the academic credits were deducted, and the seal disappeared. Chu Mu took the flight secret technique in his hand. After checking his identity sword token, he found that 700,000 academic credits had been deducted instead of 1 million. Only then did Chu Mu remember that this was one of the benefits of being a member of the Bronze Sword list. Not bad. 300,000 academic credits are equivalent to 60 hours in the sword comprehension room. Secretly smiling, his gaze fell on the book in his hand. This was an ancient book. The yellowish-brown cover was a little rough, but it gave people an extremely good feeling. On top of it, there were 4 large words written in calligraphy that seemed as if they were about to soar into the sky. Sky Traversing. What a domineering name. Secretly smiling, Chu Mu didn't open it. He directly put the book into his space bracelet and turned to walk down the stairs. Should I go to the sword tool pavilion and exchange for 2 high-grade swords? Chu Mu thought to himself. After 3 breaths, he rejected the idea. 2 high-grade swords, even at 70%, would be worth at least 1 million. With 1 million academic credits, I can spend 100 hours in the sword comprehension room. It's better to use the academic credits on comprehending the concept first. Once the concept is improved, my strength will definitely be stronger. After obtaining the flying secret technique sky traversing technique, Chu Mu's daily training had an additional task. Sword chi cultivation, swordsmanship comprehension, concept comprehension, sword momentum comprehension, secret technique comprehension, and so on. The cultivation of sword chi was naturally the 9 cycles of Heaven Yuan. As for the comprehension of swordsmanship, other than the basic swordsmanship and the technique of exerting force, there was still the shocking wind sword art to cultivate. In addition, the fusion of the golden edge sword art was also progressing. For example, the sky-splitting sword strike that Chu Mu used to defeat Zhuanglai was the result of the fusion of the first 13 basic moves of the golden edge swordsmanship into the final move, the sky-splitting golden edge. So far, Chu Mu had already integrated the first 10 moves into the sky-splitting golden edge, which greatly increased the power of the sky-splitting golden edge. It was not inferior to Desheng's fierce wind of the wind-shocking swordsmanship. The sky-splitting sword strike was different from the fierce wind. The fierce wind was an attack that affected a certain range, but the sky-splitting sword strike condensed the power into one and directly attacked a point. To be honest, the sky-splitting sword strike was obviously more powerful than Desheng's fierce wind and was not inferior to the prison-breaking sword. Moreover, it was incredibly fast, which made it one of Chu Mu's trump cards. In order to cultivate every day, Chu Mu had become a person who left early and returned late. He spent most of his time in the sword comprehension room, and the rest of his time on the comprehension and cultivation of the sword momentum, swordsmanship, and sword chi. During this time, Chu Mu had also read all kinds of books trying to find the so-called Moro sword sect. Unfortunately, he could not find it. Day after day flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. It was the same 16 hours a day, and Chu Mu's tearing swordsmanship had improved from 26% to 27%. The higher the improvement, the harder it was to improve. If it was a normal mentality, the difficulty of improving from 27% to 28% would not be that big. However, the tearing swordsmanship was much more difficult to comprehend than a normal mentality, and every bit of difference would be magnified. It took Chu Mu 3.5 days to improve from 27% to 28%. It took Chu Mu 4 days to improve from 28% to 29%. Then it took Chu Mu 5 days to improve from 29% to 30%. Every 16 hours, the school credits on Chu Mu's identity sword token were getting less and less. The secret art, sky-traversing secret art, was indeed worth 1 million school credits. It was very profound. After 2 days, Chu Mu had only comprehended the first layer. The second layer was several times more profound than the first layer, and the third layer was several times more profound than the second layer. Chu Mu even wondered if he should use part of the time in the sword comprehension room to comprehend the sky-traversing secret art. However, after thinking about it, he decided to spend all his time on the tearing swordsmanship. When he had comprehended the tearing swordsmanship to 40%, he would take the mind-refining pellet to speed up his comprehension. It's time to challenge the heaven-level sword tower. Chu Mu thought to himself as he went to the 100 Affair Hall to apply. It was the same deacon from last time. He immediately became Chu Mu's witness and challenged the sword tower's residency with Chu Mu. First, he had to defeat 10 Earth-level sword tower students, which was a piece of cake for Chu Mu. 4 of them even knew that Chu Mu was already on the bronze sword ranking. Even if he was only ranked 100, they knew that they were not Chu Mu's opponent. Therefore, they might as well do him a favor and admit defeat. For the final challenge, Chu Mu chose number 38 because number 38 happened to be the sword tower where Zhao Longquan lived. In terms of pure swordsmanship, Zhao Longquan was easily defeated by Chu Mu in the King of Swordsmanship competition. Although he had the cultivation of Qi transformation realm, there was still a big gap between him and Chu Mu. How could he be Chu Mu's opponent? Zhao Longquan did not fight. He chose to admit defeat in a straightforward manner. He knew that he was not Chu Mu's opponent. If he fought with Chu Mu, he would be asking for torture. Who knew if Chu Mu would take the opportunity to injure him? Anyway, Chu Mu would be finished soon. The spirit chi in the heaven-level sword tower was 20% of the outside world. It was more obvious than in the earth-level sword tower, and the effect of cultivation was better. A month had passed since Chu Mu obtained the 100th place on the bronze sword ranking. Chu Mu had spent 2,400,000 credits in the sword comprehension room, adding the 700,000 credits from the traversing sky practicing sword. He still had about 1,900,000 credits left in his identity sword token. As for Chu Mu's current ripping concept, he had just comprehended 32%. A 32% ripping concept was much stronger than a 25% ripping concept. It was clearly much stronger. Chu Mu had also mastered the first level of the traversing sky, practicing secret art. However, he had just comprehended the second level and had not started cultivating it yet. Today, Chu Mu left number 35 heaven level sword tower again. When he was preparing to go to the sword comprehension room again, he found a deacon of the 100 Affairs Hall standing outside the sword tower. Chu Mu, the palace master wants to see you. The deacon smiled and said to Chu Mu straightforwardly, "The palace master wants to see me." Chu Mu was slightly shocked. He recalled the mysterious palace master and came back to his senses. He nodded to the deacon and said, "Please lead the way. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation."